Namaste and good morning to everyone present here. I, Pranjal Kumar, on behalf of the Surface Coating Society, along with all my co-hosts, are more than elated to welcome you for having gathered here with us on this beautiful occasion. Welcome and thank you for your presence. The Surface Coating Society is proud to be back with one day customized certificate course on AQUACOAT water-based technologies for architectural paint and coatings. This course has been planned in a more detailed oriented fashion, working with the current trends to keep it engaging throughout the day. So, without further ado, we'll start the event with the national anthem. I request you all to kindly rise up for the national anthem. पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाए तब जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे भारत माता की जय. Thank you everyone. You all may be seated. Now handing over to my co-host Komal.
Thank you, Pranjal. Thank you, everyone. Now, may I please request Dr. Amarjit Singh, sir, Dr. Harish Agrawal, sir, Dr. R.N. Jagtap, sir, to please escort our guest of honor, Mr. Ashok Gupta, sir, Chairman and MD Sakarni Group, Mr. Hardev Singh, sir, President NP India IU and Exports, and Chief Guest of today's event, Vice Chancellor ICT, Professor Dr. A.B. Pandit, sir. Thank you, sir. So light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. To make this morning blessed one, let's invoke Goddess Saraswati by kindling the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. For seeking the choicest blessing for the same, I invite all the dignitaries on the dais, along with Dr. Srivatsa sir, Mr. Bhupendra Sakaria sir, Shinoy sir, and Dr. Dilip Raghavan sir to do the honors for the lamp lighting. Can we please get a huge round of applause? Please keep the applause going. So lamp is now lit. Thank you for doing the honors, all the dignitaries and the special invitees. You all may now take your seats back. Thank you. Now, we will head start the program by taking the name of Sri Ganesha. So, to play the Ganesh Vandana, I would like to call Parth Vaidya on the dais. Parth Vaidya. Thank you so much, Path. Now we can definitely feel some different kind of energy here. So now, with this note, I would now like to request everyone along with the dignitaries to please stand up and release the souvenir.
Yeah, this is the same. Yeah, you need to show this.
Thank you so much. So after this, may I please request Dr. Harish Agrawal sir to come on the dais for the introduction of the society.
नमस्कार, सुप्रभात। इस विद्यानगरी के प्रांगण से, इस विद्यानगरी के मंच से मैं आप सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं और सभी को प्रभात काल की शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। कराग्रे वसते लक्ष्मी, करमध्ये सरस्वती, करमूले भज गोविंदम, प्रभाते कर दर्शनम। तो माँ शारदा सरस्वती की इस वंदना श्लोक के साथ हम अपने प्रोग्राम का शुरुआती आरंभ करने जा रहे हैं। It is my great privilege to welcome everyone on the customized certificate course inauguration ceremony of the Surface Coating Society taking place today at ICT KV Auditorium, Mumbai. At the outset, I would like to recognize our distinguished guests who honor us by their presence today. Respected Chief Guest, Vice Chancellor ICT Mumbai, Professor Dr. A.V. Pandit. Guest of Honor, Mr. Ashok Gupta, Chairman and MD, Sakarni Groups. Mr. Hardev Singh, SB, President, Industrial Unit Nippon Paint and Exports, President of Nipesa Group CCL. Mr. Atil Parekh was also our guest of honor, but because of some minor injury, he is unable to join. A special guest, Professor Bhagwat, Sunil Bhagwat, dignitaries on the dais, friends, ladies and gentlemen, and our dear students. I am at a loss for the word to express my gratitude to each of you here today. I can only think to say thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. It is amazing being able to stand before the galaxy of stars present and share this special moment with you. I thank you being a part of this special day at this very special moment. It is a time for the industry to come together and share in learning and design a common agenda without any restriction of imagination, prediction, and assumptions. To be very frankly, will tell you that today we have kept the theme AQUACOAT water-based technology for architectural paint. It's really a great challenge for us to talk about this particular subject. We think water is a solvent, it is very easy to make the water-based paint. So there are many challenges, regulatory aspects are there. You have to follow all regulatory aspects, number one. Second, the efflorescence you might be knowing very well. So efflorescence, you have to prepare a paint, anti-efflorescence paint. Efflorescence, it is not related to the paint. It is a construction defect. When the construction is carried out with the bore water, you will get the deposition of salt. That is called the efflorescence. So you have to make the paint to remove that efflorescence. These are the two challenges as far as the water-based technology is concerned. So in that case, the role of surfactant and some polysiloxanes are important to give you the proper. Surface tension is reduced, the holes will fill up with that, and polysiloxane, they will give you the different result. So such type of coatings are necessary to make for the water-based coating. Now, regarding our society, this is purely a technical society. Our main agenda is to spread the education among the paint and coating fraternity. We have conducted so many webinars also. We have our stall in Pragati Maidan, we have stall in Paint India, We try to give you every month some articles also in Paint India. So we are just promoting this society just for the sake of education only. So it's my humble request to each and everyone, kindly join us with society, give your feedback, you give your supports, whatever things are there. We are going to form a new group, that is the surface coating expert advice. There will be 5 or 6 members will be there in that panel. You can ask your question, answer immediately. That group will be separated. If anybody write a good morning, tata, bye bye, he will be removed immediately from the group. Only you have to write a technical advice, whatever you want. So there will be a segregation, machinery part will be there, additive part will be there, formulation part will be there, construction chemical part will be there, all 5-6 panel will be there. You have to give your all queries and you will get answers immediately. So that group we are going to form immediately after this event. So I don't want to take much of your time. Thank you very much for joining. Thank you very much and namaste.
Thank you, sir. So now for the convener speech, I request Mr. P.B. Deshmukh, sir, to please come forward.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Don't worry, I will not take much time. I welcome each and everybody are being present here, and I express my gratitude to all dignitaries and seniors that they made it convenient to attend this event. Thank you for that. Nowadays, you will find that there are many NGOs, many organizations. They are giving training programs here and there. I know few people, during their career, they never took interest in training and all that. But after retirement, because of commercial angle, they want to become a corporate trainer. That is the trend. So on this scenario, we thought there should be some organization which will give you only, which will believe in knowledge sharing, and they will give you knowledge to juniors and newcomers who wants to earn some information or technology. Okay, today's sessions will be related to WATERBASE, but slowly we will cover everything which comes under paint technology like protective coating, general industrial, automotive and all that. As you know, paint is not a satellite technology, but because of many raw materials, it becomes very complex technology. And without experience, nobody can predict the internal actions of different raw materials on each other. And that is why it becomes a challenge. So to help you people, we have some similar minding people who are well experienced. We can help you. We have our own contacts. So we can help you to develop different trained chemists, because the requirement of manpower in paint industry is also more. As I said, statistical techniques like design of experiments and all that, you cannot work for paint. Modification of formulation is okay, but to develop a new product, you have to have your concept clear. So I will only say, believe in us, believe in technology, and that is why it is said, Shraddhavan labhate jnanam. Believe us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now may I please request Dr. A.J. Singh, sir, to introduce our guest of honor.
Good morning, everybody. Already I heard about our society from Dr. Harish Agarwal. We have been doing very well in the last this year. And yesterday we had AGM also of the society. And many of members, they propose again my name only for the next president also. I thank all those people who have proposed my name and accepted also. So I do hope and I assure you we will do far better than what we had done last year. Of course, we had a lot of webinars, then few training programs, then as the doctor said, presentation, many of the participants, many of the organizations, we have done it. And we do hope this year we will do much better for the benefit of the people in the small scale industries. The big scale industry, they can always afford a lot of technical personality. They have a lot of facilities. Only small scale people, they have limitations in all these things. Testing, raw materials, manufacturing of activities, and testing of the finished product also. So we are trying to concentrate on those aspects of small industries. We will be able to help everybody, as Dr. said. WhatsApp facilities also will be provided. Whoever can approach us, we will do best our efforts to supply the proper information in proper time. Whatever is needed, we will help all the small scale industries to our best. We have organized this program for the benefit of the people from the small industries, and I am happy to tell you a lot of people have come from places like Batinda. Gentleman, Mr. Gagan, he has come all the way from Batinda, then from Indore, then from
Hyderabad,
Sangli,
Mr. Rao.
Hyderabad is Mr. Rao. So there are like people, we are having a presence of a lot of people from other cities, and I welcome all those people who have come from long distance. And of course, local people also are there from Maharashtra as well as from the Bombay city. I welcome all of you. Let us have a good utilization of that day today. We'll have good programs, good lectures, good speeches from the people. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Harish Agrawal, sir, to please introduce our delegate, Dr. Bhagwat, sir.
Professor Dr. Sunil Bhagwat is the Professor of Chemical Engineering and Dean of Academic Program at the Institute of Chemical Technology. He is also the member of Surface Coating Society, Executive Council member of the Surface Coating Society. He is in our team. Formerly UDCT, formerly it was known as a UDCT, now it is ICT. He is a former head of the Department of Chemical Engineering. His area of specialization is interfacial science and engineering, artificial neural works in energy and energy engineering. His group over 40 doctoral students completed and 80 masters has successfully completed several research projects funded by government agencies and private companies in India and abroad. His group won the NOSIL Award of 2nd CHE in 2012 and the BRY Air Asia Award for HVAC in 2013. He was the awarded Best Teacher Award in ICT several times and also Indian National Science Academy INSA Teacher and Award in 2016. In 2019, the UDCT Alumni Association attains Distinguished Alumni Award in academic category was bestowed upon him. He is also an active consultant to many chemical industries. He has over 85 international publications and over 100 national, international conference presentation and 11 patents to his credit. The Surface Coating Society would like to honor and present a token of memento appreciation to the Dr. Sunil Bhagwat. He has gotten a new assignment. He has become now the director of ISAR Pune. So new placement. I'll request Professor Bhagwat to say a few words.
Professor Pandit, our Vice Chancellor, distinguished persons on the dais, off the dais, colleagues from ICT, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. As Mr. Agrawal said, I am also a member of the SCS, but now I am going to take a different kind of responsibility, and that's why I have been put here today. The role I am going to be is that of a director at Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research at Pune. This is an organization like IITs are for engineering. For pure science, we had only Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. So 15 or 20 years back, the government of India thought of starting additional institutions with science, education and research, unlike IISc, which had started for a long time only as a research organization. ICERs have BS plus MS and PhD research, and the spectrum of activity there is not just chemistry, which I have been dealing with here, but it spans across physics, mathematics, biology, earth sciences. I have to still learn all the department names and a lot of different activities. So the role is going to be here as a teacher. I would be seen at least in front of a classroom. The role there will be probably more to be seen rather than being heard. But it's a new role and I'm looking forward to it. It's a big challenge. With all your good wishes, I hope to be able to take it. And thank you, Mr. Agrawal and the society chairman and all the body for felicitating me here. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhagwat sir, for the insights. Now, may I please request Dr. Harish Agrawal sir to please come forward and introduce our guest of honor in detail.
Our guest of honor, Mr. Ashok Gupta ji. He is the driving force behind the successful brand of the Sakarni Group. The founder and chairman of the Sakarni Group entered the construction sector in 1979 with a cement trading from, learned about the basics techniques involved and the importance of the networking. In 1987, he started distributionship, but somehow went to create a trend in the market with the involving market need and understanding the desire of beautiful home. Sakarni was established in 2003 with the entrance of plaster of Paris in the market. Sakarni gained the benefit with impactful branding and marketing. So, welcome to Gupta ji. Give him a big hand. Second, our guest of honor is Mr. Hardev Singh, BS, President, Industrial Division, Nippon Paint India Private Limited, and Nepesa Group CCL Head. Mr. Hardev Singh has over 4 decade experience in paint and coating industry. He has been associated with Nippon Paint India since 2006, presently serving as a president in charge for India, Middle East and Africa region for coil, auto, protective, marine, CIG coating segments. He has been instrumental in setting up industrial business in India from scratch to achieving the market leader position in coil coating segment. In India with a decade and expanding in new regions, thereby achieving a highest export sales of INR 1 billion in the year 2021. He was assigned additional role of leading Nepesa Group CCL business in 2023. Nepesa, I think Nippon India Paint Southeast Asia.
Yeah,
Okay.
Nippon Southeast Asia.
Nippon Southeast Asia, CCL Group. Mr. Hardev Singh is a very well-known personality in coil coating and automotive paint industry for providing cutting-edge technology, endeavoring to the excellence. He is regarded as a pioneer among the industry leader for his domain experts and vast business network in India, AMI, Europe and the East Africa region. According to him, Every vision should have defined a roadmap which is desired due to the accomplish and the purpose of wealth maximizations. So welcome to our Hardev Singh.
Thank you, sir. So it is an important part of our culture to express a kind gesture to them who have taken special efforts to make the event success with their presence. So for this felicitation, I now request Dr. A.J. Singh sir to please felicitate Dr. A.B. Pandit sir with the shawl, bouquet and the memento.
Vice Chancellor of the University, ICT, many of you know him. He's a gem of a person in the sense he has a lot of activities in education. That is number one. He has a number of PhD students. He has done, I will just read out some of the important things in this. After earning BTech degree from Institute of Technology, IIT, Banaras Hindu University in 1980, he came to Mumbai and started his PhD in the year 1980. University of Department of Chemical Technology. In 1984, and from 1984 till 1990, he worked in the Department of Chemical Engineering, University of Cambridge, United Kingdom. He developed many novel designs of gas liquid contactors and also developed new impeller designs. He has been instrumental in starting a major activity in program in the area of hydrodynamic cavitation for the intensification of physical and chemical processing applications. Professor Pandit has authored over 400 publications, 5 books, and over 12 chapters, and 16 patents to his credit. I think it's a wonderful achievement in this area, and that's why he is a VC of the university. He is on the board of editorial boards of 5 international scientific journals. He has guided 50 PhDs and 88 master's students so far, and is a Sir J.C. Bose Fellow of Government of India. Professor Pandit is a recipient of many national and international awards, and is a fellow of all Science Academies of India, and also a fellow of the World Academy of Sciences. And in fact, I am more thankful to Dr. Pandit. It is because of him, he was instrumental in giving us all the facilities in ICT. Thank you very much, Mr. Pandit, Dr. Pandit, and Pandit.
I request A.J. Singh sir to please felicitate Dr. A.B. Pandit sir. Applause. Thank you, sir. Again, can I please request Dr. A.J. Singh sir to please felicitate our guest of honor, Mr. Ashok Gupta sir, with the bouquet, shawl and memento. Thank you, sir. So now I request Dr. Harish Agrawal sir to please present certificate by KTech India and Anupam Colors to the guest of honors.
It's a corporate membership.
So I request MVN Rao sir to please come forward for the distribution of the certificate. Can we please have Amar Bhimrao Kokate on the dais to distribute the certificate to the guest of honors? Do we have Madhav Upadhyay? So please come forward. Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Gagandip Bansal to please come forward. May I please request Parth Wadia to come forward? Parth Wadia. Thank you, sir. I again request Dr. A.J. Singh, sir, to please felicitate our second guest of honor, Mr. Hardev Singh, sir. Dr. A.J. Singh, sir, along with all the dignitaries, please present our guest of honor, Dr. Hardev Singh, sir, with the memento and the bouquet. Bouquet. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, may I please request our today's chief guest, Dr. A.B. Pandit, sir, to please address us.
Good morning and welcome to ICT. Guest of honor, Shri Ashok Gupta, Shri Hardev Singh, Dr. Harish Agarwal, Ramarjit Singh, Professor R.N. Jagtap, Professor Shenoy, my colleague Professor Bhagwat, and all the dignitaries in the audience as well as the participants for this particular course. I feel extremely proud that you have felicitated Professor Bhagwat. In fact, Professor Bhagwat's BChem Eng batch was the first batch which I taught in 1984. And I feel very proud that my student is being honored with the directorship of one of the premier institutes, science institutes of ICT. They always say that teacher feels proud when his student achieves something, and that's exactly the feeling which I get. So I'm very happy to be here, and also the kind of customized course which you have planned is essentially based on science. And Professor Bhagwat's work in the area of interfacial sciences is going to be a basis for this course. The understanding of the structure-property relationship of various additives which are used in the paint industry. Now we have a category such as industrial paints, then we have decorative paints, then we have marine paints. But we do not seem to cater for a regional paint. You understand, in India, the kind of experience which the paint has to go through when coated in the external circumstances or for external environmental experiences, there are regions where at least 10 or 12, 11 months of the year the paint will have to withstand rain. There are regions where the paint will have to withstand extreme humidity. There are regions where paint has to withstand extreme temperature fluctuations, sometimes going below grass transition temperatures. And similar to we having a customized color matching facility, I believe even though you can make the base paint on a bulk basis, the distributor should have a facility to make small batches satisfying the needs of the local community based on the kind of requirements the paint has. Now, all these are essentially achieved by using various additives. So there is no harm in distributing these additives similar to you distributing colors to match whatever color we want to have. Why can't the distributors also have a similar capability of having additives which will render that special property to the paint which serves the local region? Now this is a challenge to the Surface Coating Society. So the paint formulations which are used in the Western world are different than the paint formulations which are used in the tropical countries. Similarly, the regional variation should also be accounted for. And if it is not so, and you feel that one paint will serve the entire industries, then achieving that is going to make that paint unnecessarily expensive for others who do not require that. And for others who do require it, of course, they will meet those standards. Now, this is my suggestion to the society as well as those who are involved in the paint formulations. And I like the title of this. These are called raw material partners. Right? Rather than saying partners, raw material partners. Now, raw materials can be of different types. These are the physical raw materials which they are referring to. But for us, for this course to be successful, you also require a significant raw material in terms of its content, in terms of its technologies, in terms of its science, and in terms of expertise. So all these expertise, science, technology come together, which forms the raw material. A successful course is conducted. And I am sure today we have taken all these issues into account, and the course, which is customized as we call it, will try to address the issues which I just talked about. And all those participants who have come to attend this course will go out richer in terms of experience, in terms of understanding of the science, in terms of understanding the structure-property relationship, in terms of understanding the role of various additives, their proportions, their compatibility with the other raw materials. And if they achieve this, I think the basic course objective has been served. So I compliment to the society for conducting such course, and I wish this course all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you for the valuable words, sir. I now request our guest of honor, Mr. Ashok Gupta, sir, to please address the ceremony.
नमस्कार, रिस्पेक्टेड चीफ गेस्ट ए.बी. पंडित जी एंड मंच पर उपस्थित अतिथिगण साथियों, सबसे पहले मैं हरीश जी और इनकी टीम को मैं मुबारकबाद देता हूं कि जिन्होंने अल्टीमेटली सरफेस कोटिंग सोसाइटी की जो शुरुआत की है। बेसिकली दोस्तों, मेरा मानना ऐसा है कि आज के समय के अंदर अगर मैं बातचीत करूं, हर चीज़ का अपना एक समय है। फसल को बोने का समय है, फसल को काटने का अपना समय है। देखिए, आज का जो समय है वो टेक्नोलॉजी का समय है। बेसिकली हर लेवल पे हमें चाहिए कि नयापन हम क्या दे सकते हैं बाज़ार को। मुझे याद आता है एक एग्जांपल, दिल्ली के पास एनसीआर के अंदर सुपर टेक करके एक बिल्डर ने एक टावर को बनाया
2 मंजिल टावर को गवर्नमेंट ने कहा कि साहब इसको गिराया जाएगा, ये नहीं चलेगा। आईआईटी रुड़की टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट जो है उसके अंदर उनका इन्वॉल्वमेंट रहा। आप विश्वास करेंगे, मतलब पूरा आरसीसी बिल्डिंग 24 मंजिल टावर कुछ ही मिनटों के अंदर जो है धड़ करके को खराक से गिरा दिया गया। और साथ में दोनों तरफ आसपास जो है पूरा का पूरा रेजिडेंस एरिया है और उसको सेफ काउंट करने के तरीके से जो है ये गिरा दिया गया है। इसमें क्या है कि जो समय है वो टेक्नोलॉजी का ज़माना है बेसिक आज की डेट के अंदर, कि हम जो है नयापन बाज़ार को क्या दे रहे हैं। उसका रीज़न क्या है कि कस्टमर का रिक्वायरमेंट्स हो गया है। हम लोग पिछले 75 साल से भी ज़्यादा बिल्डिंग मटेरियल कंस्ट्रक्शन के बिजनेस के अंदर हैं। उस ज़माने में मुझे याद है 18 इंची दीवार को जो है वो माना जाता है कि साहब मजबूत बिल्डिंग बनेगा 18 इंची अगर जितनी बड़ी दीवार होगा, और वही आज की डेट के अंदर वो 4 इंची दीवार भी उससे कहीं ज़्यादा जो है वो बेनिफिट देती है। ये सारी चीज़ें क्या हैं? ये सारी चीज़ें जो है वो टेक्नोलॉजीज़ की वजह से हम लोग इसको कर पाते हैं। मैं हरीश जी और उनकी तमाम टीम को मैं मुबारकबाद देता हूँ कि जो है मैं अपने आप को सौभाग्यशाली भी मानता हूँ। हालांकि मेरी एक्सपर्टाइज थोड़ा मार्केटिंग का है, क्योंकि मैं ज़्यादा टेक्निकल चीज़ों को मुझे नहीं आता है, और मुझे ये मौका आप लोगों के साथ काम करने का मौका मिला है, इसके लिए मैं आभारी हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, sir, for the insightful experience. Now, may I please invite our second guest of honor, Mr. Hardev Singh, sir, on the dais.
Good morning, dignitaries, and thank you for giving me the opportunity and being guest of honor also for this program. I see many of my seniors over here, and I feel really honored and humbled that I am standing here. Many years back, this was one of the institute where I wanted to be as a student. Somehow financial conditions and other conditions did not allow me, although I qualified for the percentage marks, and I had to take my job. And that job was with, of course, Asian Paints. And then I served there. Of course, having come from the humble background, I studied in Marathi language, Marathi higher. I never went to English convent school, or that was not possible during that time. But today, I feel quite contented that, whatever we could achieve, or I could achieve personally with the able support of all the industry stalwarts, I'm here. Thank you for all the support. Without my colleagues' support for last 40-45 years, I could not have been possible to reach this particular level. So I thought of talking about, what Nippon Paint is today. I mean, last about 16-17 years I am with them. So I'll give some background about what Nippon Paint is. And there are many students also I find over here. And in case, because I was also in that situation many decades ago, and in case they need our support, guidance, helping hands, I am always there. Thank you. So we are talking about Nippon and NIPSEA. NIPSEA is Nippon Southeast Asia, and we are, you can see over here, we are $9.2 billion company. It's a huge turnover. We are 4th largest in the world, and having presence in more than 70 odd countries, and we are Asia Pacific #1. As far as our business foundations are concerned, we talk about innovation, we talk about leadership, value-driven, focused, and service-oriented. All these are requirements for anyone to get success. For paint and coating, we have diverse requirements, as earlier doctor mentioned. And for all the requirements, whether it is trade, industrial, marine, powder coating, coil coating, we are having all those segments and we cater to them. As far as total paint and coating segments are concerned, presence in more than any 80 manufacturing locations, 18 operations at various locations, more than 23,000 employees, and started off Southeast Asia way back in 60s, and then we have presence in all these countries. I will not name it. You can see it, please. Then recent acquisitions, while doing organic growth, we have also acquired Jube, Chromology, Indocoat in India, then Dulux Group in Australia and New Zealand, and Betek Boya, they are from Turkey. Now we have the strength of our company is innovation, and as the environment changes, as the requirement changes, as the industry demands are various challenging specifications to be met, you know, that's why we have various R&D centers across world over. And about Nippon Paint business, we started off with our registration in 2006, headquartered in Chennai, but we have operations in Mumbai. I basically sit in Mumbai, our Taloja plant, and Bawal is auto refinish location. We have about 1300 plus direct employees. Our turnover is beyond 2,300 crores. And as far as business lines are concerned, we are into trade, decorative, auto refinish, coil coating, auto OEMs, protective coating, marine, and other industrial coatings. Now for Taloja plant per se, we are having IU operations. IU is industrial use, and we cater coil coating, auto OEM coating, protective, marine, and other industrial business. We are the first paint company to get a Green Co rating, because environment protection is most important as of now. And in future, I mean, recently, last week, I was there in Europe, and they are talking of now bio-based product, you know. So environment is a most important concern for all the paint industries, and we mainly using solvents have our basic responsibility that how we can reduce the consumption and have a carbon footprint on a positive side. So Green Pro products are also certified as Green Pro by CII. So these are the initiatives which we have taken. This is our plant at Taloja, and many of my colleagues are also here from there. There are many of the directors and GMs are also present, and we have about 80 odd scientists who are based here, and our head count is about 400 here. These are all our standard R&D lab instruments. We also have a testing lab of a natural environment, because while we have sunshine weatherometer, color, QUV, salt spray, all these things, but when you try to correlate, many a time you will find these correlations do not exactly go hand in hand with what natural exposures require. And once we have to have a correlation between the accelerated test vis-a-vis the natural test, and study of these correlations definitely gives how the system will perform over a period of time in a different environment. So recently we have formed a group within NIPSI, and we correlate the exposures of, say, China, Florida, then we also have exposure in Singapore and Japan. So all these, I mean, if I have to test one particular product, I will not do it only at Taloja, but all these other centers also. And every 3 months, we collect that particular data and have our database ready. I mean, today we also have a spectrum bank in Mumbai, where more than 2,000 combinations of product shade and exterior durable tested products with the pigments and resins along with the cross-linkers, which will give a longer durability kind of exposures. So those formulas for the industries are readily available. So that is how we cater to the industry. The value we bring, started business way back in 1881. So we are more than 140 odd year old company. We are number one market share in Japan and Asia Pacific region. The recent accolade is we are rated the great place to work in 2023. A strong brand value to be associated with, and a strong R&D team in India Japan, Shanghai provides opportunity to explore the new culture and technologies world over. And we are sitting here and talking about technology in ICT, and that's a proud moment. And I'm sure the student from here will definitely find this is relevant. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the insights. So now with this, the inaugural part is over. For the final vote of thanks, may I please invite Mr. Manoj Mudaliar on the stage.
Thank you. Well, it was a great insight from all of the veterans of the industry, and I thank everybody present over here, and thank you.
With this inaugural ceremony summed up, I would like to thank all the dignitaries on the dais for gracing this event with their presence. Now, as we proceed forward with the technical sessions. Before starting the technical sessions, I would like to inform all the audience that today is a small twist. If the audience pays full attention to the presentation, there will be some surprise questions after each presentation or each technical session, which shall be awarded with a suitable gift. We'll have just a quick 5 minutes break for everyone to freshen up, and then we'll start with the technical sessions. Before starting the technical session, I would like to call upon the dais Dr. Hemang Patil, 20 microns, Dr. S.C. Srivastav, KTech India Private Limited, Dr. Prakash, Dr. S.C. Srivastav, and Dr. Shinoy over the dais. Also, we would like to call upon the stage Dr. Deepak Chincholi. So our first technical session is taken up by Dr. Hemang Patil from 20 microns. He is a senior manager in R&D, possesses a PhD degree in material science from Sardar Patel University, Vallabh Vidyanagar, Gujarat. He has 11 years of industrial experience in different minerals and specialty chemicals related companies. He has developed different nano oxide materials like zinc oxide, aluminium trioxide for paints, coatings and composite applications. He is a member of Indian Carbon Society, Material Research Society of India. He has also published many papers in national and international journals in his PhD career. Dr. Hemang, please.
Hello everyone. Very good day to all of you. I would like to thank you, organizing committee and sponsor, for providing me an opportunity for this presentation. I am looking forward to talking with you industrial functional extender for paints and coating applications. So I have just brief about this small video. Maybe some of you have shown your during the career. This video has been prepared by Daniel Obescrow, who is the physicist from NASA. And he has clearly mentioned about difference between the nano and micromolecules. So here he has described how nanomaterials and the gigantic galaxy. So if we see here, then we can also say that Earth is also a nanoparticles. So in 1949, Professor Richard Feynman has delivered a lecture, and in his lecture he told that before 62 years back, he told that in future scientists can able to develop and manipulate individual atoms and molecules. So now then latest decade, Professor Norio Taniguchi, Japanese scientist, has given the term of nanotechnology. So according to nanotechnology, it is the microscopic particle which has one dimension less than 100 nanometer. So question rise in mind that what about the particles which does not have one dimension less than 100 nanometer. So they are termed as micron, submicrons and ultrafine materials. So we have started our company 20 microns before 35 years back, and by the time we are continuously modifying and developing the material which will be helpful for the different industries. Now you have seen the galaxy. Now you can see over here that how the small the materials. So they provided DNA, RNA, white cells, as well as one is proton, neutron, femtometer, picometer. So this is the basic difference, and how one can utilize or take the advantage of the material from daily routine. They are using it for paint formulations. Also nucleus, protons and neutrons. Basically we talk about the atoms, quantum dots. So this is basic difference that Daniel has provided. Now I will start with the presentation. So I will provide you basic industrial minerals, function of extenders in paints and coatings, basic of production methods for the development of the minerals, and importance of individual functional minerals in paint and coating. So these are the basic industrial minerals which will be utilized by paint industries since many times or many years. So these all are the natural minerals, and they are categorized based on the primary minerals and secondary minerals. So primary minerals are those who are formed with cooling of the magma, and secondary minerals are those who are not formed with the cooling of the magma. They are formed with the some other process. So three scientists, Lau, Nipping and Frederick, they have studied the morphology and crystal structure of the study by copper sulfate and zinc sulfide blend, and they have put it into the X-ray, under X-ray, and they have find the different atoms, molecules of the single particles, and from that I can say that, or we can say that calcium carbonate have different morphology, different structure, will provide you different property in paint applications. So this is basic composition of paint. It contains binders, solvent or water, pigment or fillers, and additives. All of has this individual importance for the preparation of the paint, and here we will talk about the fillers. So fillers or extenders, they are categorized in three ways. Normal fillers, in which they have D50 around 20 microns. Functional fillers, which have D50 around 10 to 2 microns, and multifunctional fillers, they have average particle size D50 around 1 microns. So as you know that this is the Mohs hardness scale of the minerals, in which talc is the softest material. If you utilize in your paint application, it will provide very good leveling properties. And diamond is the hardness material, but it is not utilized in paint. But of course quartz, it has a Mohs hardness 7, and it will utilize for the paint applications. But for the processing or micronizing of quartz, it is very difficult, because frequently it will damage the processing of the instruments. So one has to take care about it. And also when you utilize silica or quartz in your paint formulation, it provides very good wet scrub resistance in your paint formulations. So these are basic refractive indices data that I have provided. You can see over here that TiO2 provides the maximum refractive index, and lower is the vacuum, it has a 1. And how refractive index will affect your paint properties, that I will provide you in my upcoming slide. So for the preparation of paint, as far as extender or particles concerned, they have particle size, particle shapes, and particle size distribution. It is the most important that one can know about it. So you can show over here that I have mentioned blocky type, needle or fiber type, spherical type, or plate-like structure. So as far as fiber type structure is concerned, the aspect ratio, you can see over here that it has mean length to diameter, and the aspect ratio for the plate type structure is the mean diameter to thickness, and how it will be help for the paint that I will provide you in my next slide. So you can see over here that left side image and right side image of the paint film. It is just animation. So if a platy particles like kaolin, talc, mica, if you utilize in your paint formulations and they are form or parallel to the paint film, if you consider that black portion is the paint film, then it will not allow to pass moisture inside the paint film, and by this way you will get the weather resistance in your paint formulations. And right side image is the needle type or thread type structure. So attapulgite and wollastonite, they have a needle type and thread type structure. So when you utilize this material in your paint formulation, it will provide very good reinforcement with the paint film because they align perpendicular to the paint film, and by this way you can utilize in intercoat paint adhesion. So what filler will do, or filler will provide the properties in the paint. So you can see over here that filler provides very good mechanical strength. It also provide filling effect, and by this way one can reduce the volatile organic content. It gives very smooth coating as well as gloss. It also provides very good weather effect and also IR reflecting effect, and most important thing, it also provides very good rheological properties. So these are all characteristics that I have explained, so I will just keep. One thing you should know that what is the oil absorption of my minerals or my extenders. It will provide very good flowability, suspension, leavening and thickening effect for the paint formulations. So this is the basic type of the paint. You can see over here solvent base, water base and powder coating. There are many sub branches in solvent base and water base paint, but this is for idea I have put over here, and these are the percentage loading of the fillers one can utilize. For the exterior paint I have provided approximate data that in texture coating, in cheap acrylic emulsion, 100% acrylic emulsion and elastomeric coating, you can use the concentration of filler depend on the percentage wise. And also I have provided the percentage loading for interior paint. So you can see over here that wall putty contains 93 to 95% of only filler percent. So now I will describe the basic process for the production of the functional extenders. So we have types of micronization, how many types, calciner process and spray dry process. So you can see over here that in my previous slide I have told that 3 types of filler: normal filler, multifunctional filler and functional filler. So all fillers depends on this micronization process if I am considering the top down method, because these are all lumps comes from the mines. So we needs to grinding. So for grinding you can see over here that ball mill, pin mill and hammer mill. So how it will works and how it will provide you average particle size as well as particle size distribution, all depends on this type of technique. So this is a very good video I have taken from some of the company video, and it shows the basic calciner process. So if I will talk about the calcine kaolin, how calcine kaolin will be produced, then we have our own mines at both location. We brings the lump from the mines and then we cut it to the piece and put it into the hopper, and after that it will further grind to the final powder, and after that they convey to roller into calciner. That calciner, it has a temperature around 1000 to 1200 degree Celsius, having rotating calciner or clean, you can say that. And after passing to clean, there is a specific dwell time we are providing to the material, so individual surface will get calcine and you will get the calcine materials after classification and then packing. Now calcine kaolin provides very good dry hiding in paint formulations. So you can see over here, this is the calciner, and after calciner it will pass through roller mill through classification, and after classification one can directly pack into different packing size. So from the blower one can classify with different sizes. So all things depend on how you are micronizing the material. Now another is spray dry technique. So if you utilize spray dry material in your paint formulation, it provides very good loading effect without affecting the viscosity data. So say for example, if I need to make spray dry of the hydrous kaolin, so you can see over here that I have provided that agitator in which certain percentage of slurry we are putting in that reactor, and that it will pass to this hot air junction. It contains the sprinkler, and where in that case water will be evaporated and you will get the spray dried material, and after that it will pass it into certain mass size and then it will be further classified, and after the classification it will pack. So spray dry material will also provide very good properties in paint formulation. So these are the basic process which will be helpful for the design of the paint. This is the classification system. Now I will brief about our minerals, that calcium carbonate and dolomite. So calcium carbonate contains has been found in the earth crust, and its amount is 4%, and you can find all over the world. While dolomite, it found in the sedimentary rocks. So calcium carbonate has more hardness around 3, while dolomite has 3.5 to 4. So when you utilize this calcium carbonate, or you can say that what is the difference between calcium carbonate and dolomite if I utilize in the paint. So due to little bit higher more hardness of the dolomite, it provides very good wet scrub resistance compared to the calcium carbonate. So these are the basic lumps, how lumps look like. So you can see over here that calcium carbonate and dolomite look like whiter, little bit gray color. So for production of the whiter material, one has to need to select whiter material and segregate. And after segregation, one can do the micronization of the process. And another most important parameter is the morphology that I have told in my previous slide. Different region has a different morphology. You can see over here that calcium carbonate having a different morphology, and it depends on how they are formed. If you utilize porous material or porous type loose particle in your paint formulation, and if you utilize this, you can see right side, top right side in your paint formulation, it definitely provide different results. porous material will provide you slight yellowing effect with less opacity, while this right side image, there is no defect. It is a very smooth like Cadbury chocolate structure. So it provides very good opacity and whiteness in your paint formulations. It has a cubic particle size and structure, and as well as dolomite has also a cubic type morphology. So these are some approximate data I have provided, that in exterior paint or solvent based paint, how much the dosage. In solvent based paint, calcium carbonate we can utilize for powder coating application, for ink applications, and for interior paint. So approx 50 to 60% this calcium carbonate has been utilized by the paint industries. So I have provided one basic guideline formulation. In this also we have utilized China clay, hydrous kaolin and calcium carbonate. But here the dosage of the calcium carbonate is higher, so it provides very good opacity by spacing the titanium dioxide, as well as it has a very good dispersibility. Now one most important thing for hydrous kaolin. So you can see over here that left side image, you can see the clear water, and also you can see the starfish at the bottom. But in the right side, you are not able to see the bottom of the bucket. So if I take as an example, so same mechanism we can apply over hydrous kaolin and calcined kaolin. So hydrous kaolin, it has a very smooth structure, but when we calcine it around 1000 or 1200 degrees Celsius, it will loses its crystal water, and due to it loses crystal water, it will forms micro or nanopores. So when you utilize that material in your paint formulation, it will provide very good dry hiding compared to hydrous kaolin. So this is basic mechanism of the refractive index. Why I am not able to see the bottom part of the bucket? It is due to the changing in the refractive index of the air, bubbles and the water. So hydrous kaolin, it works by the spacing of the TiO2. It provides very good semi-gloss or glossy effect when you utilize in your paint formulations. But it has one disadvantage of the low brightness compared to the calcined kaolin. When you calcine the material, it has increased its whiteness and the brightness parameter. But when you utilize calcined kaolin in your paint formulation, it provides semi-matte type or satin time effect in paint applications. So both have advantage and disadvantage. So these are the lumps of the hydrous kaolin, and you can see over here that how its micrograph look like. It is a platy structure, and between the plate there is a minimum gap between the particles. So hydrous kaolin in exterior paint and solvent based paint and in interior paint, you can see over its dosage. In powder coating, maybe no one is using in powder coating applications. So we have prepared one solvent based paint using hydrous kaolin, and you can see over here that it provides very good viscosity data. Similarly, these are the data of the calcined kaolin when you utilize in your paint formulation. And we have prepared one paint using calcined kaolin. It will provide very good tinting strength as well as dry hiding opacity. This is for your example. Now we have natural barium sulfate, and it has a formula BaSO4. It is a white color and also available in the gray color also, and its Mohs hardness is around 3 to 3.5. When you utilize this barium sulfate in your solvent based formulation, it will provide very good gloss, and maximum dosage or maximum amount has been utilized for the powder coating application for the TiO2 replacement. So how its lumps look like, you can see over here, and we can provide you gray and white color natural barium sulfate. And it has ellipsoid particles, you can see over here. And we have provided some formulation, percentage dosage, how it can be utilized. And using BaSO4 means barium sulfate, we have prepared a solvent-based decorative paint, and it provides very good gloss and also reduce the volatile organic content. Another, we have a talc series. It is basically hydrated magnesium silicate, and its Mohs hardness is around 1. It is a little bit hydrophobic nature. So in water-based paint formulation, it is very difficult to disperse it. But in solvent-based paint, it will easily disperse and provide you very good thickening as well as leveling effect. So these are its lumps and how we prepare the powder from it. And this is scanning electron micrograph of the talc. You can see how platy type structure and flaky structure. When you utilize, you recall my previous slide that if platy particles align parallelly, then it will provide very good weather effect. And that's why talc is utilized for the weather as well as anti-corrosion properties. And polyester putty, in polyester putty, maximum dosage of the talc has been utilized in paint formulations. Another, we have mica. So it is hydrated phyllosilicate, and its Mohs hardness is around 2 to 2.5, and it has a very high aspect ratio, means very large platy structure and very smooth structure. You will not find any defect in his micrograph. So these are the structure lumps of, and below mentioned its micrograph, very smooth micrograph, and you can see that mica, it can be utilized in exterior and solvent based paint. In interior paint, no one is using. And we have provided one guideline formulation. You can see over here, it provides very good barrier effect also. Another is silica. Silica, there are synonyms of ground silica, neocolloid, tripoli, flint, precipitated silica gel and fume silica. These are the synthetic silica, and as far as natural concern, they are tripoli, flint and ground silica. So silica provides very good wet scrub resistance in your paint formulation. Also it provides very good viscosity and rheological property if its phases is changed, if you utilize fume silica in your paint formulations. So these are the approximate data. We have feldspar. So feldspar, it is abundantly available in India, and we have sodium and potash feldspar, and its Mohs hardness is around 6. Some of the company, they are replacing silica with feldspar. Feldspar is also a very good minerals. You can see over here, and you can see over it scanning electron micrograph. It is a very hard minerals. Last one is the natural red oxide. So natural red oxide, it is come from the hematite minerals, and it has a Mohs hardness around 5 to 6, and it provides very good anti-corrosive properties. So after the primer, if you prepare a primer using red oxide, it create a passive layer on the surface. It will not allow to pass moisture inside the coating, and that's why it provides very good anti-corrosion properties. So I will just keep red oxide in paint, and this is epoxy red oxide in paint. I have provided just guideline formulation, and it provides very good resistance to weathering. So industrial minerals are specially famous for their physical and chemical properties, and it can be utilized for many industrial applications like paint, plastic, rubber, ceramic, cosmetics. And as a 20 microns, we provide all type of the natural minerals, and we also provide very cost effective natural minerals to different industries. So this is from my side. Whatever minerals we are providing, they are eco-friendly, cost effective, provides very good coverage and smooth finish and rheology in paint formulations. So thank you from my side. If you have any question, you can ask me. consumption? Yes, yes, we can provide you, sir. For which type of? For individual paint formulation or? Hydroskiolin is more, sir. Hydroskiolin, calcium carbonate is more. Calcium carbonate and hydroskiolin. No, maximum amount is this.
Any idea magnesium lithium silicate called hectorite available in India?
Right now, sir, hectorite is not available in India, but we can develop in R&D.
Try to do that.
Thank you, sir.
I will request Bhavesh sir, he will come. You just.
It is a precipitated barium sulfate.
Okay. He is from 20 microns.
Sir, it is
Prashant Bhavesh sir.
available with us. D50 around 0.8 means 0.8 to 1 microns less than, but it is precipitated. Here I have provided you natural barium sulfate. Yes, it is amorphous, precipitated. Yes.
Excuse me, just to interrupt. Can you identify yourself for all others? Those who are asking questions. Please.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Please.
Sir, okay, lower means how much value? Yes, we have available with us. No, we have talc HFM 15. It has oil absorption around 15 to 20. So you will get it, sir.
Talc is oleophilic, so it will have this tendency.
Yes, and also provide corrosion resistance.
Any more questions? There is a small query, doctor.
Yes.
Do you give any surface treatment to your fillers?
Yes, sir. We can provide, but they are specialty models.
Yeah.
In this presentation, I have not provided.
But you provide that.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we need help of Srivastava, sir.
I know. Thank you very much, Dr. Patel.
Thank you, sir.
May I invite the next speaker?
Sir, just a minute.
Sorry, sir. मालूम है मुझे.
Thank you, sir. So now, as already announced, we have one surprise question for the audience. So for that, I would like to call upon our PhD Shubham Poddar, sir. I know we do not have that excellency to ask the question to the respected audience, but this is only for keeping the atmosphere playful.
So the first question is, which is the most hardest filler material which can be used in paints? Anyone? Quartz. Tipanna, sir.
So we have some small gift for whoever gives the right answer.
He has written a book on pigment.
I request Dr. Hemang Patel sir to please present the gift to the person who have given the right answer.
Vipul. So the second question is, name any softest mineral filler. Pink shirt. Basic question, students be nicely.
Students. Actually, you should keep for students.
Yeah, but
That's problem. Actually, I was telling, there should be students, first year, second year, third year, fourth year.
So actually, one program is going on in ICT, so students are participating. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So next, I'd like to call Prakash Bhave sir from 20 Microns Ltd, right? Yeah. So can I please have Prakash Bhave sir on the dais? I request Dr. Shenoy sir to please present Bhave sir with the certificate. Thank you, sir. So for the next technical session, I would like to call upon Dr. S.C. Srivastava from KTech India Limited. Okay, so before that, we'll like to present memento and bouquet to Dr. Hemang Patel, sir, first speaker. So please come forward. Memento, please. Thank you, sir. Okay, so next, I'd like to call upon Dr. S.C. Srivastava, sir.
Before that, let me introduce. I myself, Professor Shenoy, from this institute only. I am still adjunct professor here and teaching in continuity. The next speaker is Subhash Srivastava. He is a normal, what we call graduate and postgraduate, etc., etc. But his experience in industry, especially in his subject, and he was sharing with our student also many times as a visiting person or visiting faculty. So, besides his industrial career, he has also a teaching, habits or teaching skills for our students. So, friends, a friend of mine for more than about 45-50 years, he has had a big experience in his subject. Of course, he will share with us. And then earlier he was with color chem, as far as I know, which is not mentioned here, Subhash. But then he started KTech and then KTech Corporation now, which he is leading and giving very fantastic materials for coating compositions. So may I now present Subhash Srivastava for his...
Namaskar. Good afternoon. Indeed, it is a great pride, privilege and honor for me to be here amid this galaxy of paint technologists at ICT. ICT is a very nostalgic place. I come from discipline of HBTI Kanpur, the oldest institution of paint technologies in country. But when I come to ICT, I feel like a homecoming. I normally jokingly used to say to earlier when I used to come here, it's like, coming to your मौसी के घर, बिकॉज माँ शारदा की HBTI और ICT दो बेटियां हैं और उस लिहाज से सारे ICT के लोग हमारे मौसी के लड़के हुए, मौसेरे भाई इसीलिए कहा जाता है चोर चोर मौसेरे भाई, कोई ताऊ और चाचा के लड़का, बिकॉज वहाँ पे प्रॉपर्टी का डिवीज़न होता है और हमारे बीच में कोई डिवीज़न नहीं है. तो इस लिहाज से आई कॉल देम इज वन ऑफ देम एंड दे हैव फेलिसिटेटेड मी फेलो ऑफ कलर सोसाइटी एंड ऑल्सो विद दिस सरफेस कोटिंग हमारे हरीश जी ने शुरू किया. मैं साथ जुड़ा हूँ क्योंकि वो नॉलेज शेयरिंग है, बिकॉज एक्चुअली एज ए फिलॉसफी ऑफ इंडिया वी कैनॉट से द नॉलेज द ट्रुथ वी हैव फाउंड. सत्य कभी भी खोजा नहीं जा सकता. वी हैव ए प्रिंसिपल ऑफ चरैवैती, कीप वॉकिंग, चलते रहो चलते रहो चलते रहो. वी हैव अ प्रिंसिपल ऑफ नेति नेति नेति, ये भी नहीं है, ये भी नहीं है, ये भी नहीं है. So neti 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 and charavati is actually our founding principles. एकम सत्य बहुधा वदंति विप्रा. सत्य तो एक है लेकिन लोग अलग अलग तरीके से बोलते हैं. I am sure I do not know anything and I am sure that in 30 minutes I cannot teach you additives. So please believe me that I am not going to do the sales talk. 30 मिनट में, इस 30 मिनट के अंदर हम आपको क्या बताएंगे क्या नहीं, तो we are trying to only present some pictures, some presentations as a structured program of what is value addition. You have seen, many people were talking about talc, china clay, whiting, barytes, feldspar, hectorite, bentonite, montmorillonite, so many things. These are minerals. Do you think what is the price cost? Talc, calcium carbonate, dolomite? I think just 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 rupees, 20 rupees maximum. These are the value. This is the value. This is nothing. This is a mineral. These are resources. When the people like you act on it, when the people like you who are disciplined with certain knowledge act upon it, do value addition, innovation. It means हमारे यहाँ पे प्रकृति और पुरुष का सिद्धांत है. प्रकृति मीन्स नेचर, दिस इज ऑल नेचुरल मटीरियल. पुरुष मीन्स द एक्टिव मटीरियल. पुरुष एंड प्रकृति, परिवर्तन संसार का नियम है, पुरुष का नहीं. पुरुष का नियम अनुवर्तन है, इनोवेशन. ए पुरुष दैट इज ए एक्शन changes innovations, does innovations, and the प्रकृति changes. तो जो कहे मैंने परिवर्तन कर दिया वो गधा है. परिवर्तन संसार का नियम है और मटीरियल साइंसेस चेंज होती रहती है. हमें उसमें से अनुवर्तन करना होता है, इनोवेशन. सो माय टुडेज टॉपिक इज आर्टिस्टिक इनोवेशंस इन योर पेंट टेक्नोलॉजी. फॉर्चुनेटली हरीश भाई, आज कला दिवस है, विश्व कला दिवस, आर्ट डे, वर्ल्ड्स आर्ट डे, heritage. Coincidentally, we are talking about our artistic explanation. You will know, everybody knows science, engineering, technology, chemistry. Ultimately, when you do the patent writing, it is called art. We are talking about art, an artifact, and embodiments of the art. So we are trying to do certain kind of innovations in this, and then as a process, we understand the subject and we try to add value to it. Because calcium carbonate, china clay, very low cost material. In fact, material, science, water, low cost material. In fact, resins, emulsions, low cost materials. But suddenly, because paint is a coating material which is for value addition, which is for imparting decoration, aesthetics and sanitation. So it becomes suddenly a talk of the town when we try to innovate. And when we innovate, we actually find our truth. Calcium carbonate, china clay, to what extent can add the value? I give you an example and then I start. You may know the Mughal period and Akbar and Man Singh, and you know Rana Pratap. Everybody knows this history. Maybe somebody is trying to remove it, but everybody knows who was Rana Pratap, who is Man Singh, who is Akbar and who is Mughal, 16th century. And all of you know there is a company in world in a ceramic, calcium carbonate, china clay type material. And they are the world's largest cut glass company called Swarovski. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. In the Belgium, in Brazil, when I was in Germany, I happened to be there in their 13 art stores underground, air conditioned. And one of the place I was shocked to see and I was amused and really felt elated when I saw the company is writing our first appreciator of value, our customer. And you know who was he? He was Maharana Pratap and Chetak. हमारे महाराणा प्रताप और हमारे चेतक का वहाँ पे चित्र लगा हुआ है स्वरोस्की के 13 अंडरग्राउंड आर्टिफैक्ट्स आर्ट स्टोर्स में. सुंदर सुंदर तरीके हैं उनके. दे हैव डिस्प्लेड मार्वलसली फैंटास्टिक कट ग्लास क्वाड सिस्टम्स, 2 रुपए की चीज. एंड डू यू नो व्हाई आई एम सेइंग दिस? इट इज दे एक्नॉलेज वो बेशर्मों की तरह बात नहीं हो रही है, बहुत अम्बली दे एक्सेप्ट कि ये हमारे कस्टमर हैं। हम जब जाते थे भर भर के थैलियाँ कट ग्लास की लेके जाते थे और वो हमारी आर्ट को देख करके they used to reward us as a return gift with the equal amount of real diamonds, हीरे जवाहरात हमको देते थे। एंड दैट्स हाउ वी हैव बिकम सोरोस्की। उनको ये कहने में कोई भी शर्म नहीं है कि उन्होंने हमारे, क्योंकि मुगल्स वर दी पैट्रन्स ऑफ आर्ट एंड कल्चर एंड म्यूजिक एंड व्हाट नॉट। एंड राजा मान सिंह ने इंट्रोड्यूस किया कि महाराणा प्रताप को चेतक से बहुत प्यार है, आप अपने ये जो कट ग्लास के छोटे छोटे जो ऑर्नामेंट्स हैं ये उनको प्रस्तुत करो और वो आपको बहुत पैसा देंगे। तो इट मीन्स, कैन यू बिलीव ए क्वार्ट्स विच इज जस्ट नॉट वी टॉक्ड अबाउट, 1 रुपए की चीज़ 10 रुपए की चीज़ करोड़ों रुपए में बिकी, आज नहीं 400 साल से। वैल्यू एडिशन, यानी आप अपने काम को यदि आप वैल्यू एड करना चाहते हैं तो अनंत यात्रा है, उस यात्रा पे चलना है। तो उस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से वील टॉक अबाउट हाउ वी फोकस ऑन दिस वैल्यू एडिशन, because a man only can innovate, man doesn't change. So we are talking about few very few lines. Role of coating additives. The coating additives are special ingredients in the coatings used in a very small proportion and seldom more than 3% in paints and coating formulation. Very simple, small. जैसे दाल में नमक, मसाले. The role now is to enhance, improve, modify, optimize the properties and the performance during stages. Those are manufacturing stage, application stage, and the storage stage, and the coating life stage. These are the 4 stages in which we have, as a paint technologists, owners of responsibility of upgrading, innovating the technology. Sorry. So now the role is again in a trilogy of pigments and a solvents and a resin. In this way, we talk about trilogy of our paint, Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, pigment, solvents and resins. Here the solvent will be water in the current case. We have 3 interactions, that is resin pigment interaction, pigment solvent interaction, and resin solvent interaction. And then we have 3 typical surface physiochemical processes called solvation, association, and adsorption. We have to see how a less than 1% material solvates, adsorbs, associates, and helps the interaction of resin solvent, pigment resin, and solvent and the resin and the pigment. These interactions are to be controlled. These are very many, millions of interactions, millions. And then it's not possible in 30 minutes to touch all upon, but we will try to see quickly. Now, these additives, we can very quickly, forget about the brand names, we are only talking about at the moment academics, the surface active like emulsifiers, surfactants, dispersants, defoamer, adhesion promoter, and anti-flooding chemicals, which are the functions. These various chemistries are outlined. Those are the surface active additives which are used for innovation. These slides I will request Dr. Harish to pass on to as a teaching material. Then there is something is called special activity. Special activity means like anti-skinning, like UV, like corrosion, like photoinitiations, like flame retardants, and like biocides. These are very special active additives which have different platforms and different chemistries. Then we have surface modification. These are the like slip, coefficient of friction, mar, scrub, rub resistance, matting, and resin modification of the surfaces. So various brands and the chemistries are actually worked upon. And the rheologically active additives. These are like thixotropic agent, gelling agent, anti-gelling agent, anti-settling agents, leveling agents, and flow and control. All these are basically rheologically active additives which actually do the value addition in your formulations. And then there are chemistries like when you talk about thixotropy, then we are working on Hure chemistry, Hayes chemistry, quaternary ammonium compound chemistry. Chemistries are very many, very many. They are never ending. Making of a community or a country or a chemistry or a technology is a never ending process. It goes on. Even afterwards, or it will continue. Before us also it was there, and afterwards also will be there. Now the catalytic activity like dryers, conventionally, stabilizers, like hindered amine light stabilizers, all those are catalytic active materials which are actually used for value addition. So when we talk about the role of coating additives in value addition, then we actually have to see the 4 stages. We have to focus on the 4 stages, that is manufacturing stage, storage stage, application stage, and lifespan. That's what we committed as in our theory, in a definition, that additives are one which actually enhance, improve, modify, optimize the performances during manufacture, storage, application, and lifespan. This was actually our commitment in the emblem in the first slide. So when we talk about value addition, the paints and coating additives, and then during manufacturing stages, we are trying to make our sockets, like we have to make use of surfactants, emulsifiers, wetting agents, dispersants, antifoams, defoamers, and anti-flooding, anti-floating. Believe me, these are all surface active. You may have seen the hydrophilic lipophilic balance, HLB, from 0 to 24. So when we talk about defoamer, they are 0 to 1 HLB value, very hydrophobic. They are incompatible substance. Many people, I think, they talk about soluble defoamers, defoamer solution. This is all humbug. Defoamers means incompatible, insoluble material. Then we talk about surfactant and dispersant and ultimately emulsifiers. So many times the industry is actually totally at crossroad understanding what is emulsifier and what is surfactant and what is wetting agents. But dispersant, pakka, no issue. It is 6 to 9 HLB value. And 12 is emulsifier, ethoxylate. And then we talk about several other types of surfactants. Like I'll tell you some pictures quickly, like poor wetting and emulsification. Then we have certain grade like acetylenic diols, we have fluorosurfactants and various other Gemini diols, surfactants which we are working on it. It is possible to do a perfect lowest critical Michaelia concentration level CMC 0.1 and 0.2 to bring down the surface tension of water of 72 to 28-30. Then we have theories of verticals and plans of dispersants which are wetting, dispersion and stabilization, where we talk about van der Waals forces, we talk about Coulombian forces, we are talking about total anisotrope enthalpy, and then we talk about total repulsion should be higher than the attraction. Then only the dispersion is stabilized. So those things are actually by ionic charges, by steric charges. We have something wrong here. You are making somebody stand and this side is staircase. Okay. Yeah. So the foaming is also an issue which is actually comes in a value addition. Foam and defoam and antifoam are the various interwoven, interlocked subjects and interchangeably used misnomerly and misunderstandingly that what is defoamer and what is antifoam. It is defoamer means which kills the foam, and it is antifoam which doesn't allow foam to generate. It means the two are totally different. Antifoams are invariably usually silicones because they are incompatible substance. Defoamers are some milder polymeric things, but there are also non-silicone and non-mineral oil defoamers are available which are being worked out. But these are foaming issues are very important because they interfere, hinder and prevent pigment dispersion. It's like Mercedes, somebody sitting and head-on crash, the driver is saved because the balloon comes, the foam comes. Same way, when foam is present in your mill base, let it be any sophisticated mill base machine and all that, if there are microfoams, your pigment is prevented from the crash. So dispersion is incomplete. We are not able to put the whole enthalpy and lot of anisotropy, lot of I would say energy will go waste it will be totally entropic situation. Entropic means randomness is very high. And that case, we need to understand the foaming, defoaming, and deaerating technologies in value addition. Likewise, color strength development and anti-flooding and anti-floating, very important to understand during manufacturing. During anti-settling, during storage applications, we are making use of anti-settling agents, antioxidants, anti-gelling, and thickening. Anti-settling we see because it is a buoyancy effect you need. You need somebody's pigments are settling down and there is a buoyancy effect and a reverse, and then it is not settling. So there are many technologies such as haze, such as HURE, such as quaternary ammonium compound, bentonite clays, some as cellulose ethers. So there are many, and also the surfactants. So anti-settling agents. Similarly, during storage, you have lot of oxidative polymerization, lot of chelates, the carboxylates act and they produce the free radical initiation, propagation, and termination. So you have over polymerization. So those are antioxidants. Antioxidants are different than anti-skinning. This is also another fallacy in paint technology, which is actually have to be understood. Likewise, gelling, three-dimensional gelling. Lot of anti-gelling chemistries are percolated down here for value addition of paint technology. We have to understand that. Then there's gassing. There is a powder coating, people will know the benzoin things are as a degas agent. Similarly in water-based systems also, and also in case of solvent-based. These are the issues. Then viscosity drop is an issue. Many people in water-based chemistry, people use cellulose ethers, HPMC, HEC, CMC, and not knowing that these esters solvate, they thicken the water phase. But what happens, the bacteria and the fungus and also the E. coli, streptococci and so many other microorganisms, they eat that ester linkages and the viscosity comes down. So, and secondly, actually we try to sometimes make, like paint as a ice cream. And ice cream is meant for keeping in the freezer. Nobody keeps the paint in the freezer. So what happens after some time, there is a reduction in the viscosity. So there is a thixotropy and viscosity drop is an issue which a paint technologist always confronts with this challenge. And value addition is important in these cases beyond cellulose ethers. HURE chemistries, which are biostatic stable and thickeners. Then we have during application stages like leveling, substrate wetting, dryers, catalyst stabilization, gelants, resin modifier and plasticizers. We talk about rundown. We have to have anti-sagging compounds, which are again, the polyurethane chemistry and the polyamide waxes and the HURE waxes. Then we have anti-sagging, the same similar things like sag control. This is in high body powder coating and also the high body, high viscosity and high solids, plastic emulsion paints and also the stowing paint systems as well as high solids and also powder coating. This is very important. Then curtaining, then wrinkling, excessive, polymerization. You may have seen that the tung oil and the cobalt, it gives you some kind of this. Then crowling is a leveling effect. Then lifting is then this is orange peel effect. Leveling chemistries are required. Then this is drying problems, or then there are fish eye problems. Then there are crater problems. Then there are pinhole problems. And then chemistries, then there are popping problems. There are floating problems. And then there are silking problems. And then there are chemistries to solve them for value addition. Streaking problems. And then during the lifespan of the paints and coating, we have rub resistance problems, slip, mar, scuff problems, adhesion problems, matting problems, UV absorption, hindered amine light stabilizers, and plasticizers. So we have sometimes yellowing is the biggest problem. Hindered amine light stabilizers are used various functions of the embrittlement problems like plasticization, loss of plasticization, and becoming high TG problems, then chalking problems, catalytic oxidation of titanium dioxide and anatase, then flaking of problems, then peeling problems, then poor adhesion, the loss of adhesion, chemical adhesion, mechanical adhesion. Those problems are worked in chemistries to add the value, then blistering problems, then loss of gloss problems, and so value addition of paints and coating additives of surfactant, the dispersants and the emulsifiers during manufacturing stages. This is some recommendation. Technical functions like defoaming, deaerating and sequester, there are some recommendations. Then technical functions like buffer and in-kind preservations, there are some preservations, there are some recommendations. During storage, like thixotropy, anti-settling, anti-flooding, anti-gelling, antioxidants, anti-levering or viscosity stabilization, these are the certain recommended grades. And during application stages, we have gelling chemistry, we have metal carboxylate which help in the value addition of paints, leveling chemistry, substrate wetting like silicone polyethers, and catalyst chemistries, likewise some resin modifiers, and also the curing agents are in the application stages. During lifespan, we have flexibility problems have to be addressed, corrosion inhibition problem has to be addressed, slip and migration of silicones on the surface and just in place curable of silicone, then dry film preservations and rubs of the flame retardancy has to be addressed. For value addition, adhesion promoters have to be addressed to matting agents, UV absorbers, hindered amine light stabilizers. So basically the role of coating additive is beyond the horizons, and it is actually never ending. We really cannot pinpoint in isolation that we have found the truth. The role of additive system is one that absorbs well on colorant system, associates well with the resin system, disperses well in the solvent and diluent systems, and performs to add value in manufacturing, storage, application, lifespan. And the role of quality, right time, right price, right service, and availability, and the technical advice is a very important thing for helping our people to help value addition and achieve value addition. Some of the guideline formulations, it is customary because Dr. Harish said that our fraternity would need the formulations, and I say there is nothing like formulation. I don't say everybody's truth is different, everybody, always, it is not the formulation. There is nothing ideal formulation exists for. Our VC said need to have regional, he said that. It means nothing is right and nothing is wrong. You have to be all inclusive. You have to be all compassionate. You have to understand surface, requirement, prices, costing, applications, availability of materials, and then you have to see how. तो कभी कभी ये यूपी की भाषा में बोलते हैं हम, ग्राहक को देख के पुड़िया बांधनी पड़ती है, ग्राहक को देख के पुड़िया बांधनी होती. This is how the paint technology, because paint technology means you are yourself helping somebody to add value. And if you do not understand that your role is aesthetics, your role is to impart value, to impart sophistication, to impart eliteness, to impart protection and sanitation, you cannot be callous. You have to be vigilant all along. And then everybody's formulations and every specific application's formulation is different. But since it is customary to give formulations, so I have written down based on the technically, I would say, with respect to how a layman, how an ordinary person would understand it. See, basically what happens, all the technical people, they don't keep their critics near them. निंदक नियरे राखिए आंगन कुटी छवाए. हम अपने निंदक को रखते ही नहीं अपने पास. Actually, I keep my wife always in front of me. She is my critics. You understand it, huh? So, because she doesn't understand anything and she is hit. I mean, this is the way. The whole of the public is like that. So, I have actually, demarcated, with respect to one fundamental thing called PVC. I'm not polyvinyl chloride. Pigment volume concentration. Everybody looks after, sir, हमको matte चाहिए, हमको mid gloss चाहिए, हमको glossy चाहिए, हमको interior चाहिए, exterior चाहिए. ये paint वाले लोग सीखते हैं. तो we have selected from that angle 5 प्रकार के. एक general purpose primer, फिर low PVC emulsions interior, mid PVC interior, high PVC interior and exterior emulsion. इतनी सी बात. Now in this we have actually the prime formulations which run. You have to understand the philosophy, don't have to understand the materials which you have to keep trying. Idea is never ever try to disperse your pigment which are crystalline in material in a polymer. Never ever do. Never ever. Because polymers are amorphous and the pigments and extenders and fillers are crystalline. Crystalline is solid and amorphous is having like spaghetti, no structure. Never ever do it. Always try to do the resin-free pigment concentrate, whether you are doing water-based inks, water-based coatings, water-based printing inks, water-based fluxo, water-based gravure, any aqueous situation. Europe and Americans have been trying to, this is our grinding resin, sir, you grind it. You see all polymer emulsions are delicate, surfactant stabilized or peptide or polysaccharide or you can say stabilized, emulsions like milk. If you churn the milk, what will happen? दूध फट जाएगा, मक्खन निकल आएगा. And that is what is happening. Most people try to do some kind of dispersion, some type of resins are added, high TG resins are added, and we think that we have done job. No. We have destroyed the mechanical stability of a polymer and we have put and tried to forcibly cohabitate mechanically our crystalline material into the amorphous material. So that should not. So the idea is mill base, let down, make up. Most important thing is पहले नहाओ, साबुन लगाओ, फिर कंडीशनर लगाओ, फिर परफ्यूम और बाकी सजो. This is how the makeup. So that's why we say mill base, let down and makeup, standardization or stabilization. This is common. And when we talk about high PVC, you use 60, 70, 80% of calcium carbonate. Pro rata, polymer emulsion will be less. So all primers 60, 70% fillers and 10, 20, 30% of polyemulsion. Important is value addition by additives. 1 रुपए की मिट्टी आप 100 रुपए का पेंट कैसे बनाते हो, उसके लिए you need to understand the whole chronology, the whole chemistry. It is not possible कि that आप 1 रुपए का क्वार्ट्ज या 1 रुपए का माइका और पर्ल पिगमेंट बनाओ 2000 रुपए का. छत्तीसगढ़ में हमारे कुछ लोग हैं माइका पिगमेंट बनाने वाले, KR पर्ल्स वाले, मैं नाम लेता हूँ, झुमरी तलैया में, उनसे माल लेकर के बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां मल कॉरपोरेशन, ई-मर्क लेके हजारों रुपए किलो का पर्ल भारत में देती आई. उनका 2 रुपए किलो का मट्टी नहीं ली उनसे. वो बेचारे गधे, उनको वैल्यू एडिशन ही करना नहीं आया. So it is like this. We have to understand the value addition, the purpose of value addition, and individually if we don't understand, हम नहीं कर सकते कुछ. So this is primer. Similarly, low PVC emulsion. These papers will be there with you, so you don't have to put extra effort of taking photographs. This will all be given. Low PVC emulsions, mid PVC emulsions. Concept is same. Mill base, let down, makeup and standardization. High PVC emulsions and exterior emulsions. Exterior emulsions, we talk about slightly more. That means we talk about flexibility, because exterior means ठंडा होएगा माहौल, ज़्यादा गर्म होगी, ठंडक होगी, गर्म होगी. As we say, regional temperature, time, humidity, condition, latitude, longitude, हवा का माहौल, दबाव, सब कुछ मिला करके, these are different things. So you have to talk, you have to address for your value addition to these discerning vagary of weather, light fastness, weather fastness. See, I'll talk 2° North Florida, we spent crores of rupees, billions of rupees for a small space in 2° North Florida for putting our pigment 20 years. Then only this is possible to be formulated in automotive coatings. All high performance peroline, perinon, benzimidazolone, thioindigo, quinocotones have been exposed for several years for delta E, for light fastness, and then they are formulated. So a lot of pains have gone in. Today, research, technology, chemistry, engineering, people are working with the full swing. We have to understand these are way of life. We don't have to worry about research. We don't have to worry about chemistry, engineering and technology. We have to work about innovations. We have to work about inventions. We have to talk about discoveries. If India doesn't go toward that path, let me tell you, we will be a cheap source supplier of chemistry, engineering, technology and research people from India, and they will go, and those people who are doing the innovations, the discoveries and inventions will always be controlling us. Thank you very much for this. This is all I wanted to tell you. Yeah. Any question from any discipline, whatever. Yeah, please.
Come.
बहुजन हिताय बहुजन सुखाय. आप आके सामने पूछेंगी ना तो सबको पता लगेगा. उससे आपका भी आत्मविश्वास बढ़ेगा और दूसरों को भी मार्ग मिलेगा.
So is there any, okay, so I need to ask.
Yeah.
Tell your name.
Okay, so
introduce yourself first.
So this is Aarti. Actually, I'm working with BASF coating.
Very nice.
So I have a question for you. Is there any anti-corrosive additives available with you?
See, when we talk about corrosion, corrosion is a simple fundamental dissolution of metal by its own surrounding. Simple. एक लाइन की बात याद रखना. Corrosion means nothing but dissolution of metal by its own surrounding. Surrounding में कौन कौन है? हवा है, पानी है, heat है, oxygen है. So any time when a metal goes, it becomes Me+. एक इलेक्ट्रॉन छोड़ देता है वो एक इलेक्ट्रॉन पानी को, हवा को 8 हाइड्रोक्सिल ग्रुप बनाता है और पीछे रह जाती है जो मेटल जो पॉजिटिवली चार्ज है वो 8 हाइड्रोक्सिल आयंस और एक मेटल प्लस मिलकर के मेटल हाइड्रोक्साइड बनाता है. कोरोजन हो गया. अब इसको रोकने के कई रास्ते हैं. पैसिवेशन है, अब कई तरह के कोरोजन है. इनफैक्ट कोरोजन कन्वर्शन भी बहुत सारे के हैं. देयर आर टेनिन्स, देयर आर ट्राइजोल्स, देयर सो मच ऑफ केमिस्ट्री. तो कोरोजन प्रोटेक्शन के लिए ऑर्गेनिक में पैसिवेशन का एक रास्ता है, बैरियर कोटिंग का एक रास्ता है. तुम पूछ रही हो लिक्विड ऑर्गेनिक कोरोजन इनहिबिटर, वो मैं बताऊंगा. वैसे तो बैरियर सारे के सारे लोग जितने भी पेंट वाले हैं वो सब वही कहते हैं कि भैया हमने हवा को और मेटल से रोक दिया है तो पानी नहीं जाएगा तो हाइड्रोक्सिल आयन नहीं बनेगी. हमारे यहाँ जिंक फॉस्फेट वाले बैठे हुए हैं जीबी सिंह जी, वो कहेंगे साहब हम पिगमेंट देते हैं आपको, पैसिवेशन कर लेंगे. हमारे यहाँ पॉलीमर वाले लोग बैठे हैं, मोहन सिन्हा साहब एक्रिलिक प्यू देते हैं, इपॉक्सी देते हैं. फिर भी आप प्रकृति के सिद्धांत को मानिए, प्रकृति से आप जीत नहीं सकती. आप उसको एक छोटा सा विंडो मिलेगा आपको, 6 महीने, साल भर, 2 साल, 3 साल. SST कहते हैं आजकल हमारे यहाँ पेंट वाले लोग. SST मतलब सॉल्ट स्पेट टेस्ट, 1000 घंटा. एल्किड पे काम करते हैं 150 घंटा नहीं 100 घंटा भी नहीं मिलता है एल्किड में. तो सबसे पहली बात तो है कि आपका आंचल क्या है. आप सौगात लेना चाहती है हमसे ऑर्गेनिक लिक्विड कोरोजन इनहिबिटर, तो आपका आंचल क्या. आप एल्किड में डालेंगी, नहीं होगा. बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां थूक पट्टी लगाती हैं. थूक पट्टी पेंट ही थूक पट्टी है और वो भी लगाते हैं. हमारा SST है 176 घंटे, DTM ले जाओ. सब लेते हैं. Alkyd is a polyester. It dissolves itself by water. तो alkyd के लिए कोई एडिटिव नहीं है. बात आता है नेक्स्ट, इपॉक्सी को गंदा ऐसा ही नंगा छोड़ दिया तो इपॉक्सी भी धुल जाएगा. इपॉक्सी के ऊपर 2K PU, वरना इपॉक्सी. तो अब ये बात कंडीशन आ गई. आई कैन प्रोवाइड इन सच कंडीशंस नो alkyd, epoxy, 2K PU on the clear. We have several corrosion inhibitors, right from benzotriozoles to polyanilenes. इसका मतलब क्या होता है? We are trying to break the corrosion cell. और बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो छोड़ सकती. We have a brand called AQUACOAT. अरे बिल्कुल, why not? नहीं, वो एक सब्जेक्ट है. माइक्रोबियल करोजन ही है, पिटिंग करोजन भी है, बहुत सारे. हाँ हाँ, नहीं आप जो माल बेच रहा हो उसकी बात नहीं, मैं तो जनरल बात बता रहा हूँ. माइक्रोबियल करोजन इज वन ऑफ देम. पिटिंग, अब देखो रेलवे के किनारे, रेलवे की जो रेल्स हैं उसमें शिटिंग करते हैं लोग, किनारे टट्टी करते हैं ना, वो सब करोजन होता है, सारा का सारा स्ट्रेस करोजन होता है. किसी को ये बात का पता नहीं कि आधा भारत रेलवे की पटरियों के किनारे जाता है. साहब के लिए बहुत बड़ा धंधा है. आप समझे बात को. और पिटिंग करोजन, फिलीफॉर्म करोजन, बैक्टीरियल करोजन, स्ट्रेस करोजन, फैटिग करोजन को छूने जाओ ना तो वो बोलेगा कि देखिए साहब, मैं मेटल थी, मैं धरती में थी, अलग अपने ऑक्सीजन के साथ चुपचाप बैठे प्रेम विवाह करके बैठी थी. आपने मुझे निकाल लिया, आपने स्मेल्टिंग की, फ्रॉथिंग की, मेटलर्जी के बड़े बड़े IIT कानपुर के निकाल दिया आपने और हमको अलग कर दिया. हम तो फिर वापस जाएंगे ही जाएंगे. कुछ भी करो, मेटल विल गो टू ऑक्सीजन डिस्पाइट एनीथिंग. हमारे सारे एडिटिव लेके चले जाओ तो भी 2-3 साल से 4 साल से ज़्यादा नहीं है ना. उसका मतलब क्या है? कंडीशंस. यू हैव टू पुट द कंडीशंस. विच रेजिन सिस्टम, विच पॉलीमर सिस्टम, व्हाट CPVC. अगर आपने खुले छेद रख दिए, आपने फॉर्मुलेट कर दिया अबव CPVC, लगाए रहो कोई भी बायोसाइड साहब का, कुछ नहीं होने वाला. नहीं, अरे ऐसा ही होता है. हम कह रहे हैं हमारा लगा लो, नहीं होता. नहीं, धंधा बढ़ा रहा हूं. हम कह रहे हैं अगर आपने आपने दरवाजे की तरफ आपने OTP दे दिया, सुन लो, आपने सब बढ़िया, आपने OTP दे दिया, आपने सब अपने दे दिए और आपने कहा चोरी नहीं होगी. चोरी तो होगी ना, क्योंकि आपने सब दे दिया है. अगर आपकी कोटिंग में छेद है, परमिएबिलिटी है, तो असली चीज तो जा ही रही है, जो कि ऑक्सीजन, जो कि प्रेम करती है आयरन से, लोहे से, वो तो बंधेगी. आप पता नहीं लगा पाओगे बहुत सारे मेटल में, बिकॉज एस्पेक्ट रेशियो ऑफ मेटल टू मेटल ऑक्साइड इज एन इशू, है ना. जैसे बिटिया हो तुम हमारी, एक मोटी औरत है, वो प्रेग्नेंट होती है, उसका 4 महीने तक नहीं पता लगता है. लेकिन एक दुबली पतली है, उसकी प्रेगनेंसी पता लगती. ऐसे ही मेटल है भाई, लोग भाग जाते हैं, IIT वाले, HBTI वाले, UDCT वाले, उन्हें पता ही नहीं लगता कि मेटल तो ऑक्सीजन बना ही रहा है, मेटल ऑक्सीजन हो ही रहा है, MEN MEO इन इक्विलिब्रियम स्टेट. ये तो सिर्फ सिचुएशन क्या है, भाग जाओ, सारे कंसल्टेंट भाग जाते हैं. मैं अभी आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट सो मनी, वेस्ट बंगाल और उड़ीसा में चल रहे हैं, वो सब मेरे कंसल्टेंट हमारे लड़के हैं. आपको लैटिट्यूड, लॉन्गिट्यूड, हवा, ह्यूमिडिटी सब कुछ पता करना होता, फिर भी लोहा, उसका जो प्रेम है ऑक्सीजन के प्रति, वो आप नहीं खत्म कर सकते, है ना. यू कैन ओनली टेक ए लीव, ऐसा 2 महीने, 2 साल, 5 साल, SST 1000 घंटा, 2000 घंटा, 3, परमानेंट कुछ नहीं. ये पूरी कुछ परमानेंट कुछ नहीं. यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड. थैंक यू. Yeah.
Hello. Hello, sir. I am Neeraj Pasarkar from ICA Pidilite Private Limited. ICA Pidilite Private Limited.
Pidilite.
Yes. I have one question for you. Okay. Sir, how can we improve the mar resistance in water-based clear wood coating?
Mar resistance.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what do you mean by these are mechanical properties? Slip, mar, coefficient of friction.
Without alteration in transparency and other aesthetic properties.
Basically, what happens? What is mar? Mechanical property.
Deformation.
Rub resistance, mechanical property. So you have inbuilt intrinsic polymer modification, that is one way. Other is thukpatti, waxes, silicone, you know, all that. You know, एक दिन का मेकअप चाहिए कि परमानेंट मेकअप चाहिए, ये बताओ. अगर एक दिन का मेकअप चाहिए यानी कि लग गया, ठीक है, बढ़िया है, स्लिप है, मारे, तो देयर आर मेनी एडिटिव्स. एक दिन के लिए, एक दिन का बादशाह, बिल्कुल फर्स्ट क्लास, बढ़िया ब्राइडल मेकअप. You can use slip, you can use wax, that is silicone, waxes, PTFE waxes, dispersions in hue, so many. दूसरा रास्ता है परमानेंट. परमानेंट में ये जितने भी तुम्हारे पीडीलाइट के बनाने वाले पॉलीमर इमल्शन तुम इस्तेमाल कर रहे हो वो सब बेकार है. ना स्टाइलिन में वो बात है, ना एक्रिलिक में बात है, किसी में वो बात नहीं है. तुम लोग टीजी में रह जाओगे, जालना में नहीं चलेगा, जबलपुर में चलेगा, कश्मीर में नहीं चलेगा, वहाँ चलेगा, टीजी के ऊपर ही. स्टाइलिन एक्रिलिक एंड प्योर एक्रिलिक्स विल ओनली गिव यू टेम्पररी रिलीफ. You have to take HEMA, that is hydroxyethyl methacrylate. You have to HEMA, और उसके OH ग्रुप को फ्लोरिनेशन करना पड़ेगा. फ्लोरिनेशन, that is pyridine with the fluorine, and then उसके OH ग्रुप में फ्लोरीन हटा करके 11 से 15% फ्लोरीन तुमको इनबिल्ट अपने पॉलीमर में डालना पड़ेगा, तब होगा, नहीं तो नहीं. समझ में आया? नहीं समझे?
नहीं समझ.
साफ से ले लेना बात.
थैंक यू सर.
ओके. हो गया? एनीबडी एल्स? हाँ, प्लीज आओ. अरे पूछ लेने दो यार, पूछ लेने दो. इन लोगों लड़कों को पूछना. मैं अपने HBTI में उन लड़कों को आगे बैठाता हूँ और जितने महानुभाव हैं उन सबको पीछे बैठाता हूँ. और नहीं तो अगर कोई आता है हमारे यहाँ लेक्चर देने को, हम बोलते हैं तुम, अगर वो महानुभाव आगे बैठे हैं तो हम बोलते हैं तुम वहाँ पे बैठ के बात करो, इतनी दूर से नहीं, उनके बीच में जा करके, क्योंकि सीखना उनको है. बूढ़े तो होते नहीं सीखते.
yes. मेरा नाम माधव उपाध्याय है. मैं वर्धा से हूँ.
मेरे कहाँ से हो?
वर्धा.
वर्धा, बहुत बढ़िया, गांधी जी के गांव से. बहुत सुंदर बात.
तो एक्चुअली मैं ये सब्जेक्ट का स्टूडेंट नहीं हूँ, बहुत नया हूँ इसमें.
हाँ.
तो 2 क्वेश्चन है, शायद सिली हो सकते हैं.
नहीं ना, कोई क्वेश्चन सिली नहीं है.
एक तो कि हम फॉर्मुलेशन के प्रति मतलब कैसा अप्रोच रखना चाहिए, कि कोई एक पर्टिकुलर हमको एप्लीकेशन चाहिए या कोई स्पेसिफिक चीज़ चाहिए. मान लीजिए फ्लोर कोटिंग बनाना है.
अब यहीं रुको. तो ना पहला क्वेश्चन है क्या अप्रोच रखनी चाहिए, ठीक है ना. और तुम उस सब्जेक्ट के नहीं हो, ठीक, बहुत बढ़िया बात. तुम सबसे सुंदर व्यक्ति हो, क्योंकि उस फील्ड में जो बड़े बड़े नड़े हुए व्यक्ति हैं वो सीखेंगे नहीं. यू आर सच ए नाइस पर्सन दैट यू आर ऑल इंक्लूसिव एंड यू आर ओपन. तो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है, पहला इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है, यू हैव टू बी ऑल इंक्लूसिव. बंद विचारों से नहीं सोचो. अगर तुम फॉर्मुलेशन करने बैठे हो तो प्री मॉनिश्ड आइडियाज, प्री कंसीव्ड आइडियाज आर तुम्हारे सबसे बड़े दुश्मन. दे आर द बिगेस्ट एनिमीज यू हैव, ठीक है ना. तो तुम तो बहुत सुंदर व्यक्ति हो, यू डोंट हैव एनी प्री मॉनिश्ड आइडियाज, है ना. तो यू आर फिट. नाउ व्हेन यू आर डूइंग दैट, तो फिर सबको देखो, सब समझो किसको क्या चाहिए, किससे क्या होता है. फॉर्मुलेशन इज एक्चुअली इट इज लाइक दिस. ओके, आई गिव यू एग्जाम्पल. तुम्हारी मदर कितने पढ़ी हैं?
तो 10वीं तक पढ़ी, 10th तक पढ़ी.
10th पास, ठीक. तुम एक काम करो, तुम मोहल्ले में जाओ, पूरे शहरों में जाओ, भारत के बाहर बड़े बड़े 5 स्टार होटलों में, जिनके पास शेफ़ भी बहुत बढ़िया बढ़िया है, सेलिब्रिटी है, खूब बढ़िया बढ़िया खाना बनाते हैं, खूब पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, ठीक है. उनका खाना खाओ 6 महीने. फिर तुम जब घर पे पहुंचोगे तो अपनी अम्मा से बोलोगे हमको बना दो, और वो जो बनाएगी तुम्हारी आत्मा तृप्त हो जाएगी. वो जानती है क्या उसका कोई मुकाबला है उस पढ़े लिखे लोगों से, सेलिब्रिटी से? नहीं ना. बिकॉज शी नोज, शी डजंट नो केमिस्ट्री. ये दाल चावल सब्जी रोटी रखे, उसकी केमिस्ट्री उसको नहीं पता है. वो जो तुम्हारे चिमटे तवा, जो तुम्हारी गैस है, उसकी इंजीनियरिंग उसको नहीं पता है. शी इज़ द टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट, शी इज़ योर मदर. शी नोज कि तुम आओगे, तुम ये खाओगे और तुमको वो बना के देगी. तो फॉर्मुलेशन में मदरिंग इंस्टिंक्ट होनी चाहिए. यू डोंट हैव टू नो एनीथिंग, इट इज इमटीरियल. हमको भी कहाँ पता है कुछ. यू हैव टू एक्ट लाइक योर मदर. कि जब सामने बैठो तो मेरा बच्चा आएगा या मेरा बेटा आएगा, पति आएगा, ये क्या खाएगा, इसको क्या पसंद है, वो भावना से, बहुजन हिताय बहुजन सुखाय की भावना से, ऑल कंपैशन, ऑल इंक्लूसिव भावना से जो करोगे, दैट विल बी द फॉर्मुलेशन। समझे? तो ये पहले सवाल का जवाब था। दूसरा सवाल पूछो।
दूसरा पहले का एक कंटिन्यूएशन है कि ये
We have a next session. Yeah. Tell me.
तो दूसरा क्वेश्चन यही था कि
पूछ लें दो यार।
जो डेटा, हर कोई डेटा शीट दे देता है कि हम आपको मेल कर देते, ये कर देते, डेटा शीट बहुत आता है, लेकिन डेटा शीट में से कौन कौन सी चीज़ें हमको ध्यान में रखना है ये अप्रोच के वक्त? वो
एक मिनट, वो पैकेजिंग है यार, तुमने सबसे पहले फाड़ के फेंक देना चाहिए। समझे? किसी का डेटा शीट आए उसको पहले फाड़ के फेंक दो। चलो, पैकेजिंग समझते हो ना? पैकेजिंग, अगर कोई भी चीज़ खाते हो, संतरा खाते हो, केला खाते हो, तो उसका जो पैकेज है, ये तुम अपने कैडबरी खाते हो तो उसका पैकेज हटा देते हो ना। असली चीज़ देखो ना यार, MSDS, PTDS, COA, लिटरेचर, ये वो, ये तो सब पैकेजिंग है। ठीक है, दे आर देयर, बट यू आर पैकेजिंग, उस पर कोई ध्यान नहीं दो, सब्जेक्ट पे ध्यान दो, केमिस्ट्री पे उसकी, है ना? थैंक यू।
Thank you for the remarkable presentation, sir. I now request Shinoy sir to please felicitate our guest, our speaker, Dr. S.C. Srivastav, sir, with the bouquet and the memento.
आओ।
Applause, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So now the question from our side, I would like to call upon Sushmit Sen from our team. We would like to honor our guest, Dr. S.C. Srivastav. So I request him to please stay on the dais.
Surface Coating Society, they would like to give the Industry Excellence Award to Dr. Srivastav.
Thank you, sir. Sushmit, now you can take it forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the first question is basically, in high PVC emulsions, what is the amount of fillers that we use? Like the percentage of fillers. And for the second question, what kind of chemicals do we use mainly as anti-foaming agents? Also, I would like to take 1 second. Today is Bengali New Year, and being a Bengali, I would like to wish everyone a very happy New Year.
Thank you, Sushmit. So now we'll break for the lunch. So break will be for an hour. After an hour, we'll resume. Okay. So the session. For the next session, I would like to call upon Mr. Deepak Chinchole sir, Dr. Prakash Pathare sir, Mr. Swar Raveshia sir, Mr. Ritesh Sharma sir onto the dais. Along with them, I would also like to call Tipanna sir onto the dais. I request all of you to please occupy the distinguished chairs. I request Tipanna sir to please introduce our next speaker.
Good afternoon. Welcome once again. And this is a tough session after lunch. So there are 4 speakers are there in this session. And the first speaker is Mr. Deepak Chinchole. His working experience is 14 years in the paint industry. Core area is R&D, technical service and technical sales. Education details, BTech in paint technology. Current role in the Sojane Manager, Sales of Industrial Coatings. Past experience, BSF India Limited, Kansai and Elect Paints. So I welcome Mr. Deepak Chinchole for his presentation.
Thank you for the nice introduction, sir. And welcome back you all. Hope we had a very good lunch. We'll just move on to the topic for my presentation is exciting color synergy and the color solution for decorative paints and coatings. So before I start my presentation, just a quick brief introduction about our company. We are a color solution provider company working since 1983. It's been almost 40 years. We supply colorants for a variety of application for the paints and coatings as well as for non-paint applications. We have Asia's largest color manufacturing unit located in India. Since we have couple of students here, so they would like to understand more, they can definitely visit our facility. Now move on to our topic. Of course, there are a couple of senior industry colleagues are here, so they are very well about these basics of color. But since we have students in the audience, so I thought of putting the basic slide as well. So what is color? So color is nothing but a gift from the universe, which is a beauty. I believe color doesn't exist. It is just a reflection of light. If we see in our today's life, color is everywhere. We wake up in the morning, we go for brushing, we use a toothpaste which is of having different colors. We go to bath, we use different soaps and shampoos, there is a color. Once we go for ready for our office, we see our kitchen cabinets, those are colored. Our painted house again colored. We go to office by our car or bike, that's again painted. So color is now kind of a very integrated part of our life. Color is our life. So if we see here, the light is made up of electromagnetic waves from a light source, which comprises of different wavelength starting from cosmic rays to the long radio waves. But what our eyes can see is from the visible spectrum, which comprises of a wavelength varies from 380 nanometer to 700 or 750 nanometers. So the violet one, which is on the extreme right hand side, is the shortest wavelength color, and the longest wavelength color is nothing but the red. I'm not sure whether there are maybe some people, they have a kind of superpower, they might see the other range of wavelengths. Now how we see color? So there is a light source, then we have an object, and then we have an observer. When the light source strikes on the object, there are certain wavelengths gets absorbed, and the wavelength which gets reflected, which also gets sensed to our brain. So the reflected light is the actual color. So in case of the picture 1, wherein all the light source, when it is getting strikes on the object, all the lights are getting reflected. So that's the reason the object is appearing white. However, in the case of red and green, that particular wavelength is only getting reflected and others are getting absorbed. So that's the reason we could see a typical those color. Now color. Color can be expressed through our communication or through our emotions, everything. Each this color has its own personality. Let us take a classic example of our daily routine of traffic signal. So there is a red and there is a green. Why red give a sign of alertness? Take an example of our blood. Whenever the blood is coming out through our body, we feel like it's a danger. So it's a sign of danger. And more scientifically, it is also from the longest wavelength, so that it travels a longer distance without any scattering, which is the reason why red is for the symbol of alertness. However, the green color, it's of course a nature color, as well as even the doctors also uses the same color, and we feel safe. And more scientifically, again, it's in the middle range of the visible spectrum, so it's safe to go. Secondly, we have been attracted towards the color since our childhood days. Even the infants or newborn babies, if they are crying, and if we just give them few color toys, they stop crying. So since then we have been attracted towards the color, and that is the reason why we like everything around us colorful. Our old television also have now become a colored one. The black and white mobile phones are also now a color display of the smartphones. Even the smallest to smallest house is also now colored. So around us everything is colorful. Now we just spoke about color. Now how to incorporate this color into our paint formulation? So what is the coloring matter? So what we have is a pigment. But can we use the pigment as such into our formulation? No. It has to be used in the dispersed form. So how can we use it? So it needs a grinding procedure. So we have a pigment particles which we receive in which is in clusters form or in the agglomerates form, which needs to be broken down into primary particles, and again we need to keep them apart so that it should not get re-agglomerate, and we will end up in having a flocculation into our paint formulation. So what are the pigment dispersion process? There are three basic stages: the wetting, dispersing and the stabilization. So what happens mainly in the wetting? There is a drastic reduction in the surface tension difference between the pigment and the resin particles, and there is a displacement of air particles with the pigment particles. In the second stage of dispersion, there is a mechanical destruction of the pigment particles or the pigment clusters. And the third stage, wherein this stage prevents the reflocculation of pigment particles. Of course, Srivastav sir also had mentioned in detail about this production process. But we have to keep one thing in mind: this is a basic process, but it also varies depending on the chemistry of pigments because of its surface area, surface energy, and we need to take care of, while designing a formulation, we need to select the right binder, solvent, even the surfactant, and the right ratio of binder to solvent and pigment to binder. Now we spoke about color, we spoke about pigments, we spoke about pigment dispersion. Now we'll come to coatings. So if we take an scenario of architectural paint, it is largely sold through point of sale tinting system, especially in India. There are more than 80,000 tinting machines are installed in the Indian market, and approximately 3,500 metric ton colorant is being used every month. So we can imagine how much quantity of paint is getting sold every month. So there is a huge potential. So this is the basic equation when it comes to point of sale tinting system. We have a paint base and then colorant. And being a colorant manufacturer, we have to ensure that our colorant should be compatible with n number of bases which are available in the market, because every manufacturer, they develop their bases with different raw materials. So we have to ensure it has to be compatible with different bases. So this is the basic equation. The second foremost criteria is when it comes to point of cell tinting system is the accuracy and the consistency, because the tinting happens directly in front of the end user and there is no second chance. We have to be right at the first time. So our colorant should dispense it accurately, and also the product what we supply has to be consistent batch after batch, year after year. And with the point of cell tinting system, we can offer millions of shade with the selected set of colorants. But that was about the previous kind of scenario of architectural, which is now a bit changing. Now architectural coating is also going through a great changes since last couple of years. So how it is changing? With respect to raw material base, because there are a lot of advancements happening in the emulsion technology, there are couple of titanium replacements are also coming in. There are very fine micron extenders are also coming in, which can be have a alternate source to titanium, which also has been briefed by Mr. Hemang in the previous presentation. Then environmental profile, more and more the coating manufacturer also have started adopting the global environmental regulations. Then the performance properties. Now the end user also have started demanding for high chroma colors, or high demand on durability and even the smart finishes. So at the same time, all these properties to be achieved with a very lower cost. So this is the current scenario. And who are the drivers for these changes? Who is bringing this change? First is the synthesis chemist. Of course, it is from the supplier side. They also keep doing innovation, considering the global market as well as the new trends or the considering the futuristic trends. Second one is the paint formulators, which are nothing but the coating manufacturers. They also do certain innovation considering the new customers' requirement as well as differentiating themselves than the competition. Then the environmental regulations, as I already spoke, so there are a couple of environmental regulations are coming in, like people want a low VOC product or odor free product or heavy metal free product. So, and then the end users, like as I said in the previous slide, the end user is also getting more and more demanding. They also demand for a number of we want a high glossy product, we want so and so scrub resistance or alkali resistance. So these are the drivers of change which is bringing this change into the market. Now what are the technical challenges to adopt these changes? Because we as a colorant manufacturers are also a follower of paint industry. Whatever the changes are happening at the paint manufacturer, we need to adopt these challenges. So one of the requirement came in the VOC level reduction. So the major challenge with the VOC level reduction is we need to replace this hazardous raw material with the safe alternates, and the requirement of VOC reduction is less than 50 gram per liter. And the conventional system which has a glycol, we need to replace those. We need to use a APO free surfactant. We need to use a safer biocides. But at the same time, if you are going for a VOC reduction, it also has certain disadvantage or certain limitation. We may end up in having inferior canister stability or poor rheology or poor dispensability, and it also affects on the paint film. We have a solution to overcome all those challenges. We have a product called Smart Tint Machine Colorant, using which we can avoid all those challenges. Right on the right hand side, we have a conventional system wherein we have latex particle associated with the thickener and the surfactant. When our Smart Tint low VOC colorant gets mixed with the combination, what it does is it breaks the linkage between the thickener and the latex particle, and it forms the bond amongst these two material. So to prove this, we also have done certain experimental work. What we have done is we have taken a standard colorant, then standard low VOC colorant, and the smart tint low VOC colorant. We have added in different proportion, like the blue indicates we have added in 2%, the red one which shows the addition of 5%, and the gray one which shows the addition with 10% of colorant. So from the left hand side, where it shows that there are, with usage of our colorant, there is a minimal viscosity drop compared to the conventional colorants, which is a kind of biggest challenge when we try to use low VOC colorant into our formulation. The second challenge is the compatibility, because these VOC free colorants are typically hydrophilic in nature, which ultimately impacts on the color development in the other bases, like long oil alkyd enamels. So the perfect balance of surfactant is very essential, and this smart tint colorant shows the enhanced compatibility in all types of base. So the image also can show, we have taken an example of yellow oxide and blue 15-0 on the right hand side drawdown. With our colorants, there is no flocculation or flotation. The third challenge is the canister stability. With the low VOC colorant, it is very hard to dispense the colorant because there is a drastic reduction in the viscosity. But with the smart colorant, since it contains a high number of surface active agents which prevents the pigment agglomeration and and without affecting the dispensability. So we spoke about smart tint. Overall, we have two more products as a part of color solution for architectural coatings. We have Hydra Tint aqueous paste, which we normally use it for tinting of factory made shades. It comes in bulk packing. Then we have a product called Tintol, a very popular product which comes in a very smaller pack and recommended for on-site tinting. So that was about the architectural coating, which is a part of decorative coating. Now how about wood coatings and enamel, which are also a part of decorative coating. So we do have a color solution for wood coatings in both, like we have colorants for water-based wood coatings, which are VOC free, heavy metal free. These are also EN 71 chapter 3 certified, which is a requirement for the toys manufacturer. We have entire range of colorants, including inorganics and all the organics. All the colorants or the pigments used are UV stable or UV durable. These colorants are also US FDA 175.300 certified. Of course, this is not a very popular market in India, but it is a very growing segment. Then we do have colorants for solvent-based wood coating. We just touched upon water-based. We have colorants for solvent-based wood coating. This is one of the fastest growing segment in India. Earlier, people were dependent on the Italian or the Spanish source, but we do have a very reliable solution to overcome or the alternates to these imported colorants. The product is I-tint colorants. These are universal industrial colorants. This also can be used for point of sale tinting system as well as for implant tinting. These are again based on very exterior pigment grades, having a very excellent UV stability, having a very high tinting strength, and having a shelf life of more than 24 months. These, when we say universal, these are compatible with various industrial resin system, like we have a PU wood coating, we have a NC wood coating, melamine wood coating. So the same product can go for these multiple resin systems. If we talk about enamel, so if we roughly consider the decorative paint segment in India, 70% of the market is captured by the architectural paint segment and 30% is by enamel. Of course, conventionally enamel is very popular, but there is a new trend coming in which is do it yourself. But why is it is so important? Because it is ready to use. It all works on multiple surface. It gives a smooth finish, fast drying, and also cost effective. So of course we have a product for this application. Needless to mention, we are committed to deliver a precise color batch to batch, year after year. So that was about the color solution for the decorative paints and coatings. Some other range what we have, I would like to touch upon. The solvent-free epoxy coating, we have product called Blend. For PU flooring, we have a product called Ultra Tint. Very recently, we have introduced a new vertical. We have a colorant for cosmetics. Colorants for nail polish, eyeliner, mascara, etc. And then the product called Aura Tint is a colorant for home care, the colorants for soaps and detergents, and even the hand washes, everything. So that's all. We have a color solution for all your coloring needs, and we want to be an integrated part of your coloring life. Of course, we love all colors, but green is one of our favorites. Thank you.
Sir, I would like to add more on that. So in the first slide he had mentioned there's a light, there's the source, there's the object, and then there's our eye. So light remains the same, object remains the same. The perception in our eye changes from person
to person.
Person. So yes, you're right. Something that may be black to you may not be that to me, because
it's black to everybody, but only thing it's told it's the black. So that's why we are saying.
So, we do have certain colors which are very transparent in nature, which can ultimately give a kind of a very bright and metallic finishes, which can also be incorporated into metallic finishes, which can give a very special effect. I have mentioned the special effects.
Yes, thank you, sir. So for the question from our side, I would like to call upon Amrita Chatterjee.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. I have two very simple questions. First of all, what are the three different processes of pigment dispersion? Yes, the another question is, what's the nature of VOC-free colorants? It's amphiphilic, hydrophilic, hydrophobic, hydrophilic, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Amrita. Now, I would request Tipanna sir to please felicitate our speaker, Deepak Chinchole sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Tipanna sir to please introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Deepak, for your nice presentation. You have very well covered the definition of the color and the various pigment dispersion and the various applications of the pigments in various fields. Now, the today's second speaker is Dr. Prakash Patare. He is a Director, Melzer Chemicals Private Limited, PhD from IIT Bombay. He has been in industry for more than 50 years, having worked in pharmaceutical, petrochemicals, construction chemicals, and he also worked in Asian Paints. Have worked in Europe for some periods. Was earlier known as the father of the polyurethanes coating technology in India, having introduced PU coating as also the first aqueous two-component epoxy coating in 1984 and 85. Introduced airworthy PU coatings for the India's compact aircraft project in 1988-89. The project was assigned to him by none but Sir APJ Abdul Kalam as then director of the DRDO. and with the whom he held pleasant personal working experience and proud memories. The achievement of developing airworthy PU coating for fighter aircrafts, meeting very stringent requirement on it, was obviously certified by Dr. Kalam in 1993 after its very rigorous testing carried out for over 2 years. Dr. Pathare was also one of the experts for probing the cause of Bhopal accident which took place in December 1989. Have been working in the field of biocides for over 40 years, now having done many original contributions to the subject and taking global patent on them. Have presented more than 80 lectures in the span of 50 years in the industry. He has been promoted his newer theory of in individual psychology in some circles. He is known as the artist, having held exhibitions of his painting and having sold a few too. In April 2017, he suffered very badly while in the international flight with a SPA member, leading to cardiac arrest and death, but was somehow revived. He holds a few major handicaps today due to such incidents. In medical terms, he became 5 years old on April 10, 2020, after his said rebirth in April 2017. Today he will be speaking on the biocides, and we are looking for a good know-how from him. Thank you.
Generally, I don't like to stand at one place while lecturing, but unfortunately there is a step over here. So good that somebody can find me over here, right? But anyway, so I'll be talking today on the biocides. In 30 minutes to cover this subject is rather impossible. So what I'll be doing is only the glimpses of it from the point of the criticalities of the subject. And the criticalities, whether they reach us, whether they reach everybody, and whether we really look at this particular subject rightly, is what my aim today is. So I'll be joining all of you in this particular discussion because this discussion is not related to the subject. This discussion or this lecture of mine or this presentation of mine is answering or related to your questions, which I have received many often, and from those point of view, everything has been presented. Just to go ahead, I'll just skip. So who are we? We are considering ourselves as the Indian specialty chemical manufacturers and exporters of antimicrobial preservatives. That is our one of the major areas. We differentiate them from biocides slightly. There is a reason behind it. Other super specialty polymers, which we give mostly for the oil and gas sector. Other specialty treatment polymers and the products for the wastewater treatment. Water is going to be scarce commodity hereafter, and so the last portion is very, very important. These are our manufacturing facilities. Presently, we manufacture 12,000 metric tons of biocide. If you consider 12,000 metric tons and 0.2 and 0.5% usage, it's a big volume. We are today with the largest manufacturers of biocide in India and possibly one of the largest in the Southeast Asia. But what is our recognition? Our recognition is a technology leader in the field of antimicrobials. We have got quite a few original contributions in this. Personally, we hold patents. Anyway, so this is just the case. Our entire organization is governed, our operations are governed by eco-social governance. So whatever we do is basically oriented toward the social welfare. Be sure about it. So I already shown what is our commitment level. Commitment is towards ethical biocide. Now what is ethical biocide? We'll discuss about it as and how we go ahead, right? And balance of ecology, progress in economics. You can't come back, you have to go further for achieving traceable social benefits. The word traceable is important. We are accountable for this traceability. My fundamental question, do we use biocides in paints? We don't. I mentioned many times that we use the antimicrobial preservatives. Unfortunately, when this subject came to India and when it reached an organization like CIB, who are considered as the regulators for the biocide, everybody in the world, everybody from the MNC companies, and quite a few enthusiastic people in India kept on talking that we gave fungicide, we give algicides, we give this, we give that, and it became a major subject. No, we don't do algicides, we don't give fungicides, we are giving antimicrobials to preserve the paint. When you talk about giving algicide, fungicide, you are talking about killing something which is not your topic. Killing something in the nature can also be interpreted as a algicide, fungicide, bactericide or biocide. So please remember, none from paint industry should hereafter talk that we require biocide. No, you require antimicrobial preservatives. If you don't stick to it, the regulators are going to run behind it. So this, I'm not threatening anybody, but let's be the wise hereafter, right? Some of the portion I can skip so that I can talk a little more. Antimicrobials are absolutely essential for us. Without antimicrobials, we cannot live. Economy will be suffering very badly because of the wastage of the products which will happen, which cannot be used. So you require antimicrobials all throughout. Now, many chemicals can be considered as a possibly microbial, it has got antimicrobial effects. You can't use each and every one of them as an antimicrobial preservative. It is not possible at all. So there are well-studied products which can be used. If you go back to the history of the biocides or antimicrobials or in general as a preservative section, somewhere in the year 1978, there were about 982 technical grade ingredients which were considered as possible to be used for the industrial products. Then there were revision as and how the new knowledge came in, and today only around 252 active ingredients are permitted to be used. Europeans had distributed them in 22 different product groups, and those product groups, each product group, what is permitted, what is not permitted is very well written. So when we talk about paint industry, we have to follow basically such broader outline which has been given by the global regulators. We can't go beyond that. Why? For one reason, these are well studied materials. Secondly, now your market is a global market. So we have to align with the global requirement, with the global follows, whatever is being followed by them. Now, obviously, their usages and dosages have been very well regulated or being talked about. Most important part of it, anybody who wants to offer any biocide or any antimicrobial preservative to anyone must hold talks data on it. Today I have been observing, anyone comes forward, makes a similar kind of a formulation, approaches our industry and gives a material as antimicrobial preservative. Talks data he doesn't have, MSDS or SDS he copies down from somebody else's. So material looks identical. You do not know what is going to happen. Now my question comes on what is social responsibility and social recognition. These are very dangerous material, not that they kill only microbes. Their excess is going to affect us very, very badly. So one just cannot use something in the paint. The question is, do the biocide from the paint or the antimicrobials from paint reach anyone? This question was also discussed. Like anything, at the Indian regulators called CIB, to such a details, and there were so many controversial answers which were coming also from the various association, paint association, which made the subject extremely complicated. And because of this complication, even today, there is no decision which has taken out. There are a lot of court cases which are pending in the country. One of the court cases will come today for the hearing in the next month on 17th May 2023, which will dramatically change the situation in the country. Because the people are aware what is what. We can't make a new rule in India. At the same time, we want to align ourselves with the global businesses. It cannot match. So let us follow what is being globally followed is my one simple request and principle. Very important topic. Antimicrobial preservatives are also required for the corrosion control coating. If the time permits, I'll be again talking on it separately as Dr. Jagtap has requested me to do it. But I introduced this right back so many years back. In fact, the airworthiness coating, the only airworthiness coating manufactured or formulated in India is by me, in which we used the antimicrobial in 1988. This is according to MIL standard. MIL is for military specification. This is according to US military specification. It literally lays down what is required for the arresting microbial corrosion of aircraft. Because it is very sensitive subject. If something goes wrong, the aircraft is going to come down. Right? So don't be under impression that antimicrobials are required only for the aqueous coating. No, they are required even for the corrosion control coating. Right? More I will elaborate later if the time permits. Typically, this is what you all know. This is exactly what we do when we manufacture paint. So it's a diagram has been given only to see. You can take a photograph, because when you look at this photograph, and this I'm going to use it again little later to elaborate each and every component on your right, on my left, what I've written over here in short. That will be elaborated little later. In aqueous coatings, we generally talk about two kinds of preservatives, in can and dry film. Even in the year 2022, 23 and 23, 24, European regulations are still talking about in-can preservatives. Melzer doesn't, we don't. We changed that concept right in the year 2003. We call it as a wet state preservative. In the field of biocides, in the field of antimicrobials for paint, especially for the paints, there are too many misconceptions and myths which have been already existing and is continuing as on today. One of the myths which originated from the in-can preservative is headspace protection. Everybody talks about the paint in the can requires headspace protection. Why does it require it? The can is completely sealed. You have already added antimicrobial preservatives. Whatever is going, suppose it exists over there, it will condense down, it will get killed. You don't require anything in the as a headspace protection in the paint which is completely in the seal. But still, headspace protection is being talked about by everybody except us. It's a complete myth. Myth for the reason why, I'll explain you again. So we say you require headspace protection when you open the paint tin for usage, because now your paint is exposed to huge space from the meniscus, topmost layer of the paint, to the sky, in which microbes exist and microbes can enter. So you require this protection for that. So our concept of headspace protection is that till the wet paint is completely consumed, it should be protected once the can is open. And that is the responsibility on the biocide supplier. Now, why this headspace protection and why these kinds of concepts came? Possibly people are not aware of, most of you may not be knowing about it, that there is a quorum sensing syndrome in microbes. A microbe can exist, it can escape. Suppose the preservative which you have added is not sufficient or is not working, some microbes may not die. The surviving one thereafter tries to sense who else can live with me? Who else can survive with me? And that is cell-to-cell communication. And that is how you can see the colonies of the microbes of different species can also exist together, right? Now, this is the reason people sense that, oh, there must be some mutation, and that is the reason you require to change the wet state preservative or in-can preservative quite often. How many of you have heard that? Practically everybody must have heard that wet state preservative or in-can preservative needs to be changed because microbes show mutation. No, they don't show mutation. They can't, because the preservatives which we are supposed to be giving you are supposed to be acting in multiple directions. If it is a straight line direction, it can be blocked. When it is multiple direction, it cannot be blocked. What are the multiple directions? There are ways of acting on the cell, on the tissue by electrostatic or a kind of a potential difference. So all of them have to be working simultaneously. But this is one of the most important things which I have been talking about. So wet state preservative, point number 2 over there, wet state preservative supporting such kill. It doesn't allow the quorum syndrome of the microbes. I'll just take a little. Thank you. Do you know what really happens when the paint gets stored for a long time? You all are distributing paints through the distribution channels. Distributors hold them for maybe 6 months, maybe 4 months, may not be holding it. The climatic conditions keep on changing. A lot of shops display paint outside. At the end of it, take them inside. Temperature goes up during day. During night, the temperature goes down. Delta T sometimes is 20 degrees centigrade. Imagine you have been told that certain preservatives when you add, you should not be adding beyond such a temperature because they are sensitive to temperature. How many of you have heard it? Everybody, right? But you never consider that this paint which is manufactured is going to have such a fluctuation. Then what is going to happen to the preservative when you are actually going to use it? This is the thing which has to be understood. Unfortunately, it has not been understood. So what people do? Just keep on duplicating what somebody else does. We have literally worked on those aspects, and so how to preserve such paints. Now why it is required? It is required because this will change the composition of paint, so finally it will not give the performance as you expected. Chemical changes versus antimicrobial properties. This is the equation which we have to always solve. Always remember that we expect performance from every liter. If it is expected from every liter, we have to work to see to it that every liter is usable to the person who doesn't know what is microbe, who doesn't know what is deterioration by microbes, who doesn't know what is performance. He wants only his paint to last and he wants worth of his money back. That's it. If that is the case, then the entire responsibility comes down to this person or people who are in the field of antimicrobials. What can be done? I now come to this chart which we have seen. Now I come to this part of it. Other part of it. Now these are the variants. Different polymer emulsions. Nobody wants to keep too many inventories in the factory. So do we have to have a different kind of a preservative for all throughout? No, you can't. So you will require to do some summation. But the main problem is different. Main problem when you talk about emulsion is when you supply the emulsions in tanker load and when your customer receives in tanker load and stores in tanker and he withdraws every day only a small quantity of it as per his requirement. Tank is of 40 tons or 50 tons and what he requires in a day is 1 ton, 1.5 ton. When you withdraw that material, air gets sucked in, right? And with air, lot of microbes, lot of dust gets sucked in. How are you going to preserve your paint now when you are made excellent emulsion, when you are added adequate dose, when you manufactured it, when you are supplied it was okay, but thereafter it failed. Doesn't that complaint come back to you? It comes to you. So you require a solution. Solution can be worked out. Let us work it out. The same way, different extenders. In the morning we talked about several extenders and this and that. First come, first out never happens in paint industry. The bags and bags of extender remain on the floor, and with every bag you are adding billions and billions and billions of microbes inside the paint. The moment you keep on delaying the usage of the extenders, you are adding more and more challenges to your paint. And you expect the paint and the supplier of the preservatives to give the performance. So you require a solution for that. Different additives. We have been hearing a lot of additives right from the morning. Dr. Srivastava presented them. Different chemistries. Against all these chemistries, your basic ingredient has to remain stable. And stable when? Stable when the paint is stored, when the fluctuation goes up and down, all those kind of variations, you have to do it. Did we study this? We did not. We have studied it. We have taken patents on such aspects as well. Different storage period, just now I touched upon it. Facing, now usage dilution of a paint. Any water being used, this is the usual problem which we talked about. So if you look at it, what you are creating a bigger risk. Always remember that if you are manufacturing say 10 tons of a paint in a day, and if one batch gets spoiled, your entire profitability of the entire month is completely wiped out, because that spoiled paint cannot be recirculated at all. Even if you decide to add it in smaller lots into the fresh batches, you are going to create and challenge more and more of your fresh paints. You cannot say that I'll add excess biocide and then we'll try to do it, or we'll try to sell it but no, you are spoiling. So if that is the case, then your original choice of preservative have to be perfect. And the person or people giving to you are accountable for that, should be the situation. Myths and misconcept. I just told you about one myth. There are several myths. Since we don't have much time, some myths I'm going to cover in the dry films, which will be there. But this is the thing which is really a worrisome. Duplicators of the material. It is very easy to sell biocide saying that yes, I am also giving you 1.5% of so and so, and this is what it is. What you give as an impurity profile of that material is more important, and not the purity, not the active content. Not the active content. You require to have a tox data. If you don't have tox data, please don't talk about giving 1.5% purity or 10% this or 20% BIT. Well, it is completely meaningless. Because you are going to create a challenge to yourself, you are going to create a challenge to unknown, uncounted customers of yours who do not know what biocide is and what risk they face. Simple. Many of them are CMRs. Unfortunately, when such impurities exist, the performance of such material is far better. Why it is better? Because those are toxins. They will work on you also. Why only on microbes? But people will say what? No, that product is suitable for me because it gives good results. Now, this is the problem which globally people have been talking about. That how to resolve it. Because the prevalence of CMR, cancer is 3 out of 10. Mutagenic reproduction defects number is increasing, and these are getting passed by generations. They don't remain only with that sufferer. It gets passed on to the generation. Biocide line is becoming more and more difficult and dangerous only because of the ill-formulated materials getting widely circulated, especially in our country, since the regulators are ineffective as on today. Now, this is the main problem which I've been talking about. When it doesn't get the performance, what the paint manufacturer does? Increase the dosage. Sometimes it is told also to him, increase the dosage. We are exactly talking about, exactly opposite. Do not use unwanted excessive quantities of biocide. Whatever you use excessive is going to come back to us in many, many ways. And in such a ways that you will not know. So everything has to be limited within the performance spectra, within that particular point of view, as and how we want our economy to be excellent. Purpose is what? Our economy. While choosing our economy, we have to choose the social benefits. So both of them have to be matched, then only we can do the work. Otherwise, it is going to be very, very difficult. Remember, water is going to be scarcity. One major city in the world has already announced, the local corporations already announced that they will not be in position to supply water to the residents over there. This situation will not be very far in our country. The third world war will be fought on water. Everybody will start stopping the water going to other country, or there will be war on the water because somebody gets more water, somebody doesn't get water. Understand the situation is very bad, and we cannot make it further by polluting the sources of water with the leach material from the paint industry, from the paints. This is the problem which we have been facing. Why do the wet state preservatives fail? Only two: inefficiency and insufficiency. I have given the arrows. Insufficiency, dosage versus microbial load. Microbial load is too high, but your dosages remain same. You have used some extenders, something which is lying down for years. Microbial load has gone up. Your paint dosages, preservative dosage is not sufficient. Or it got completely consumed. Who consumed it? Microbes. Or it got decomposed by internal action with the components of the paints. But this happened, it can happen that it can also kill the microbes which are already existing. So I written one-sided. It continues thereafter. Inefficiency, a wrong recommendation, error of choice. Contraindicatory, something which is not compatible. Contraindicatory biocide has been recommended. Limited activity range. You do not know which microbes are going to sit together. So you require the activity against the range of the microbes which you know. So what you require is a material which is having larger activity range and biocides getting deteriorated in the storage. Now I ask a fundamental question. How do you choose your antimicrobials? I do hear the question, do you have such and such a antimicrobial material? So they state the composition, so and so percent. Do you have it? If you have it, I want it. But why you want that? How do you decide that you wanted only that? Answer given is that I use that or somebody else recommended. My consultant recommended it. Right? Nobody bothers about to know what exactly you require. Does it mean that it has to be, well, experts are supposed to be talking what you can decide upon. We can give you choice. We can find out what is what. So demanding certain composition by percentage, as heard from somebody. Next is by asking for the rate. Everybody in paint industry, sorry if I say that, don't feel offended, but they feel that biocide is the only component where you should do the cost control. How long? Suppose I offer you 20 rupees less, when you are using 0.2% or 0.25%, it costs 4 paisa per liter. So for 4 paisa, you are going to do a risk everybody? You can't. We can't. No one can. So how can the biocide be a subject of a rate? I still not understood this question at all, and I not still understood why people talk about it. There are umpteen number of things which you can talk about. If you have to save 4 paisa, you can create your efficiency of working, reduce the rejection. Your rejection will give 2%, 0.2%, 0.5% saving. You don't have to do saving by cutting the cost of a biocide. By doing paper comparison of the formulation, especially nowadays they compare SGS. Now we are all technologists over here. You know that everybody's formulation is going to be different. Can you say that I want a matching refractive index, I want matching this, I want matching that? It's not possible at all. So what are you comparing? Something which is not possible. Expressing need of conducting some trials is a big topic, and by asking question, what is new? Whenever I hear the question, what is new with you? I know that the person who wants to purchase is not interested in purchasing anything. He just wants to ask the question. Right? But this is the question which always tells me that, okay, it means the purchase is not a serious buyer at all. Right? Because if I give you, he said it is new, so I can't use it. Then I had to study it. And study period is 4 years. Then why did you ask it? But of course, we can't ask it because we are supposed to be service providers to you. Time is running short, so I'll just run to the very important topic, antimicrobials derived from the nature. It's a burning topic today. People keep on asking me questions that why not we introduce the antimicrobials from the plant source, which is called as natural source, and this and that. Yes, you can do it, but just don't make a powder of something and do it. And now, for those who do not know, the subject of biopesticide has already come up. And if you know the regulations on biocide and what is being demanded under biopesticide, it is far bigger than what is being demanded on the synthetic preservatives which are running as on today. Because everything is unknown. And when everything is unknown, a subject like preservatives, subject like something which kills microbes, cannot be exposed to the common people, to the common man, nowhere it can be done. Unfortunately, under that same thing, where do I lost that? There was a beautiful announcement done by ISPA in the March 2023 issue. It says that 13 units in Chhattisgarh started manufacturing paints based on cow dung. Right? And it was reported to the local people that it's a fantastic indigenization of the paint industry. Well, such thing existed 40, 70 years back. What are we talking about? Exactly. And you call it as an indigenization, and the government gives a recognition, the certificate of the kind not today what we are providing, but similar kind of thing for doing the paint from cow dung. For what application? Nothing is known. At least I request ISPA should take care not to publish such things. Or if they publish something, at least add the footnote.
But half the paint technologies are running patented. 25 lakhs KVIC gives zero subsidy.
Has been given by the government. And I'm really surprised that this kind of thing happened.
The cow dung is actually one mother's gift to the other mother. That is Mother Earth. It should rightfully go to there. They are providing pesticide to Mother Earth and using bloody cow dung for the paint.
Anyway, you and me will stand here and we'll discuss about it further. So I come to the dry film preservative. There is a complete absence of clear understanding on this subject is my conclusion, even after working for 40 years in the field of antimicrobials. Unfortunately, I keep on saying so because I cannot reach everywhere, and people are getting actually loaded with the misconceptions. Who loads them? MNC biocide companies. for doing their business in my country. It's a fact. Whether you want to accept it or not, now I'll show you why I'm talking about this. You know, what you require is bacterial growth, algal growth, fungal growth, and all those things. And from there we start about it. This is the topic which I already said, regulatory people. It was realized and patented about 40 years back, that a certain combination of certain materials gives excellent performance of a dry film when you dose them. What was the combination? The combination was not with respect to only technical actives, but combination was with respect to percentage with respect to each other. Percentage with respect to each other. And when you load such materials in a paint, and when it is that paint is applied when the film dries, people in about 40 years back, they found that it is performing good. Before that, what they were using? They were using nothing but the mercuries and other materials, which were also giving performance. But, now this but is important. It was being claimed in those days without providing any kind of a data to any paint manufacturer anywhere globally. It was claimed that these materials, when they get loaded in the paint and when the film dries, it remains uniformly present in the film. No data available, no proof available. Now what really happens? You are seen on every wall, when the growth occurs, there are patches of algae, there is patches of fungi. It is never uniform all throughout. So wherever there is an element which is acting as an antifungal, algae can grow, fungi will not grow. Wherever anti-algal material is absent in the film, algae will grow, so you get the patches. It clearly showed that there is no uniform presence, no uniform distribution. But this continued for almost up to year 2004, 2005, when we first challenged that thing in Germany, saying that this is not true. Now what is not true? I come over here. I temporarily use this mic. Or I think I am still audible, right? Look at this particular thing. There are three things over here, right? Say a black, blue, and a red dot. These three things are remaining together in practically the same ratio as they were added. And they have been distributed, this is a substrate, they have been distributed equally, so there is no growth over here. Now look at it, what happens over here? When they get scattered, when the film dries, this is algae-side portion, completely absent over here, algae will grow. Fungicide portion, absent over here, fungi will grow. Now, this is what we cannot do. It's very easy to say this. So, how to ensure that? So, it was Venkat who introduced poly-encapsulation of three actives together in exactly the same proportion all throughout. And only company till today from 2004 onwards till 2023 who has got all the three elements encapsulated together. All other biocide companies, all my MNC competitors have done it almost 14, 15 years back, 14, 15 years after us, but only for one single component and then loaded them again inside. There is a big difference. You are encapsulating one molecule, you are encapsulating another molecule separately, and then you are adding together, and we encapsulating three together and we are adding together. There is a big difference in performance, right? But we never claimed anything which is wrong on it. By encapsulation, there is no change in the toxicity profile of any material. If it changes, then it has to be called as a separate new active ingredient. Nobody has done that. But look at the literatures and the things which get circulated to you. There are claims that it is encapsulated, tox as the profile is reduced. How? How? Biocide industry is ridiculed, riddled by all such myths till today. The biggest myth comes hereafter. The biggest myth which is there is on leachability of biocides. There is anti-ingredient leaches out from the dry film, receiving mostly very high. So what really people kept on talking? They say that the surface get reactivated from the core by the ingredient of the biocrite again. And for which, how many of you have heard the story or the theory of osmosis? Due to osmotic effect, algicide came out, fungicide came out. Have you heard? Yes. Can you give me a data that why that osmotic effect chose only the active ingredient of biocide and not of the pigment, not of the paint, not of any other organic material? So it is having so it is something which is ridiculous. The fact is there is a leach out. The fact is because of leach out there is a depletion. Because there is a depletion, there are chances that microbial growth can occur. So solution is simple. What was the solution? Use excess biocide. Excess biocide, excess leakage. We all are facing that issue today. The farmer is crying that he doesn't get water, he doesn't get rain, and we are making his land unfertile by allowed diuron to reach his water sources. I am a fish eater. We have got huge tall buildings in Mumbai. Huge amount of diuron exists over there. Huge amount of diuron gets washed out. Huge amount of it reaches sea. I don't get fish. The entire marine life is getting disturbed. We are not bothered. How long? How long? Now, am I standing here only to criticize? No. We have done the work and we have taken patents and we have advocated newer kind of things. But just few minutes back I said that no new things can be introduced for 15 years. Why? Because you require tox data. You require the data of all the mutagenicity, carcinogenicity, teratogenicity and all that thing studied over 15 years with respect to the dosage, with respect to climate, with respect to the compositions, with respect to weathering conditions, this, that, everything all together. If that is the case, introduction of a newer ingredient in the biocide, in the antimicrobials is impossible. So we decided to work within our own sphere of what is known and whether we could solve this problem. Now that is the story which I am going to present to you too. So that I don't take too much time. But before that I want to come to this. This is again a very important picture. Possibly you are aware you might be getting some such a test reports from people. Now this is a paint film. This is antifungal, is being done microbiology. You can see there is nothing grown over here, Paint film is in that. People call this thing as inhibition zone. And unfortunately, if you open ASTM 5589, even that talks about inhibition zone because it talked somewhere in the year 1998. No updated till today. And people show that I got a big inhibition zone so that your paint film will not get affected. What are inhibition? We are talking only about a paint film. We are not inhibiting anybody to grow from anywhere. But look at it. This is my preservative. This is my paint film. Paint is yours. Containing my dry film preservative. There is a fungal growth all throughout. Nothing has occurred on the top of paint. I have not disturbed environment. I have not disturbed environment at all. I have not touched what exists around me. I don't say you are inhibited, don't come into my zone. No. You exist, don't affect my paint. Same is the case, this is algae. This is algae. And when you use excess diuron, because you want to give guarantee for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years for the paint, all diuron leaches out. No algae can grow. You are happy that you have given 15 years guarantee. You have spoiled my country. Why should I accept it? This is the problem which I have been facing. This is the problem which you have been facing. Not that you are criminals, not that you are making mistakes. You have no alternative because you are not being told what is to be done. So we did the work. The work, now this is one of the works. We have got several such works, but this became very famous. It was introduced in the year 2017. We worked for almost so many years, and we got the global patent. Patent is there in 157 countries today, including the patent in China. Most of our patents, we have taken the patents also in China. So I don't want Chinese to duplicate my material without my doing. We are very, very strict about it, right? So what we use a solid state chemistry. Now what is solid state chemistry? Any solid crystal, when you take it, and when you look at its crystallography, you will find there is a defect. This is the nature's mystery. There is a defect. So there is no uniformity. And people realize this thing much, much earlier. I studied the subject of solid state chemistry from one of the leading professors of those days in the year 1968, 69, so many years back, right? And this solid state chemistry is exactly what today you are holding your mobile phones. A small crystal giving multiple kind of a usage applications, right? What they use? They use the blank spaces in the crystal. And in the blank spaces of crystal, certain functionality can be introduced. We scanned such crystals. And then we decided that I don't want that crystal again to be migrating with heavy rains. Mumbai, if it starts raining, it rains tons of water. So let the crystal not get washed out. So we want a very big crystal. So what we created is a polymeric crystal. With a polymeric crystal with many multiple voids. And in the voids of those, we introduce a known technical grade active ingredient which is already well recognized by all regulators across the world. This is the picture of that. You can see several voids. Several voids. In these voids, we introduce known technical grade materials. 5 minutes. Right? Your question I could hear. Only 5 minutes. Right? So we introduced the technical grade active ingredients. We found that it is giving a different properties. Some of them are giving anti-algal properties, some of them giving anti-fungal properties. The degree of properties kept on varying. Not that uniformly all of them gave similar thing, because we must have screened something like about 50, 60, 70, 80, I don't know how many. The team kept on working and we screened all those crystals and we introduced it. And from those, we chose one material as an anti-algal component which can be converted into a dry film preservative to prevent algal growth on paint film. That particular material is known as a microcheck MZRKB. It is, now you all know that how much diuron we are using in the paints. I don't have to talk about it. It is excessive. And only when you give that excessive, you can give those guarantees of 15 years and 10 years of paint performance. CIB doesn't allow, or CIB is not in favor of usage of such excessive diuron. Everybody is aware. So if tomorrow one regulations comes out, paint industry will have to look at it, that how long I can give 10 years guarantee. You can't. But this particular material which we introduce, it is not required beyond 0.5% as total dose. And it gives a performance which can be equivalent to 10 to 15 years of dosage, of paint performance. We have taken global patent on it. And then accordingly, we have created another new concept. The concept is synergy systems of antimicrobials. If the microbes can show some kind of a synergy to make 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 100 billions of microbes sit together, why can't we create a synergy by bringing 2 or 3 materials together to repel them out? Isn't it? So we did exactly the same thing. So the new concept of synergy systems of preservative has come. When you use that system, your total dose of biocide doesn't exceed 1.1% for the best performing paint against today's prevalence of 2.5, 2.53, 4%, which all are aware. Right? Now my last question before I end. What are you going to use in next 10 to 15 years? Has anybody talked to you? The world is going to change. Many of the active ingredients which are being used today, let's forget about this. I don't want to look at it. Right? There are several things thereafter, but I'm going to stop early. Right? The world is changing. A lot of ingredients which are already being used today will not be permitted to be used hereafter. Because of newer and newer talks that is coming out, newer and newer NGOs are coming forward. You all heard the case of Johnson & Johnson, talc. Only 4 women were smart to realize that their cancer is due to the talcs. Ovarian cancer and breast cancer both. And that spread it all throughout. Johnson & Johnson had been giving the talc-based baby powder also for several years, for several decades. What really happened? This is exactly the case. I said the impurity profile of the material. What was the impurity in that talc? Asbestos, a known carcinogen. And here we are giving biocides without talking about impurity profile of the material, and we are talking only about the active ingredient is so and so. It cannot happen hereafter. So what are you going to use in next 10, 15 years? I cannot even think what I can use in 25 years. Because the entire scenario will change. We have started already working on it, that what could be possible, for which what we require is huge expenditure on toxicology, which we have been doing. Toxicology experiment is difficult because animal killing is not permitted. So you require a lot of permissions. But this is required. We have identified a few materials which will run for the next 10 years, which will give you the performance. Let there be any change in the paint industry. I worked on paints several years back quite rightly. So I know what the paints are. Although I don't consider myself as a paint technologist anymore. I forgotten that topic long back. Long years back. Right? But even after looking at it, we realized what could be done, and only those materials we are giving. All of you are most welcome to ask us anytime. We are always here, always there. The team will be always there to give the support, to give the answers. We have got a full-fledged microbiology lab already existing in Navi Mumbai, where every day we receive several samples of the paints and many other materials also, because we are not just only in the paint as our profile. In fact, we are the only company globally who is attending to each and every section wherever biocide is essential. So microbiology lab will be always giving you the support. All those programs are completely time bound. the time your materials reaches us for testing till the time we give you report. When we receive the material, we'll give you a date on which you will receive the material report. To that level, we are geared up. Our factories in Kurkum, we have got another factory which is under FDA for the biocides. Because a lot of materials go for the food contact application directly, indirectly, also for the cosmetics. So we require all of them. So all those things are there. FDA facility is also there. Entire building is nothing but the laboratories. And then the production units. So most welcome to ask me whatever you require. I am not expert, I don't know anything, is my always a background. So whatever question I cannot answer today, I'll be answering you tomorrow, that is definite. With this, talc kahan se? From the same talc seed mines when you go deeper. Pardon me? No, it was not from 20 microns. Is there? It was not from 20 microns. Now, this is a typical example that a very simple looking material causing problem. I am making only awareness on it. All of us, if we are not aware today, we are not going to pass something to the next generation. That is the problem which... See, departments are there, but police departments are not there. In our country also the CIB exists, but CIB doesn't have police to find out who does what. The responsibility is ours. In our, I include all of you. Thank you very much.
Any question?
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking presentation. Now, I only will be asking the questions. Now, my first question is, name any one antimicrobial preservative that can disrupt endocrine system of human body. Yeah. Yeah, correct. I request Dr. Pathare, sir, to please present the gift to him. Give any two reasons that a paint can get spoiled while still in a sealed container.
Already दे दिया ना presentation को.
Yeah, correct. Thank you, sir. Next for felicitation, I request Tipanna sir to please felicitate Dr. Fatare sir with bouquet and memento. Moving forward, may I please request Tipanna sir to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Pathare Saab, for your nice presentation on the ethical biocides. And you well explained the differentiate between the antimicrobial and the biocides. Now, the next speaker is Mr. Swar Raveshya. He holds a BTech degree in polymer engineering from the ICT in the year 2015. After his graduation, he pursued MS in polymer and coating technology from Eastern Michigan University, USA, and was awarded the EMU Success Scholarship based on his academic excellence. The graduate research assistant under the mentorship of Dr. Vijay Manari, Swar optimized and developed a super hydrophobic coating via a sol gel approach. He also led an industry sponsored project with the major automotive parts manufacturing in Michigan. investigating the root cause of the visual effect in a spray coating PCABS plastic parts, and also presented his finding in the Detroit Focus Automatic Coatings Conference in 2017. Swar has interned with the multinational resin manufacturing company like Arkema Chemicals India and Alenex Resins USA in powder coating in the R&D and technical service teams. Swar has been past president of Polymers and Coating Advanced Materials Club from 2016-17 in his graduate school, and represented his university at the various conferences across USA such as American Coating, and Red Tech. After completion of his master's, Swar worked in the industry as a UV formulations chemist in R&D at Geller Gamlin Corporation USA, a German printing ink manufacturing company. Swar specialized in product development of UV and LED flexo inks and coating, servicing the printing, packaging and coating industries. He currently worked in NR Colors Limited as a director of technology after gaining vast experience in various segments of specialty chemicals industry both in India and USA. Swar, please.
So before we begin, I would like to request Dr. Harish Agrawal sir to please felicitate AJ Singh sir with the bouquet and the moment. Thank you, sir.
I would like to thank sir for that elaborate introduction. I see we are already a little late on our schedule, so I will go through my presentation. I have a very simple introduction for myself. My name is Swar, and after 8 years, I am back home. So I completed my BTech from ICT in 2015. So it feels great to be back home. Yeah. So my topic for today is importance of pigment dispersion in the paint and coating industry. These are some of the slides that I have in my topic. So I'm going to be introducing first what are pigment dispersions, what are some of the steps that are involved in making them, why do we need to use it in our paint and coating formulations, what are some of the defects that we get when the pigment is not dispersed well. I'm going to be introducing some products offered by NR and going to be talking about environmentally friendly or low VOC pigment dispersions. So, we have all heard about this term before. Pigment dispersions are basically solid pigment and extenders in our paint formulation. These solid particles need to be dispersed and stabilized in our paint film. So, dispersions usually have a high concentration of pigment load in it, and this high concentration is responsible for imparting various properties in the paints like color, durability, etc. So and there are a lot of terms for pigment dispersion in the industry. In the small scale area, people refer to them as stainers. But there are other terms also like pigment paste, pigment concentrates. I was at the ECS 2 weeks ago at the European Coating Show, and they came up with a good marketing term. They're calling it pigment preparations now. So the terms keep on changing, but the formulation is the same. So there are 3 steps involved in a pigment dispersion process. First is wetting, second is grinding, and third is called as stabilization. So wetting is the first step that occurs in the pigment dispersion process. It takes place when the dry pigment powder is added into your liquid paint film. Deagglomeration is the next step that takes place. Another word for this is called as grinding. It's the step that requires the maximum energy in your paint manufacturing process. The last step, but not the least, is called as stabilization. Once the desired particle size is reached, it is very important that these deagglomerated pigment particles should be stable. We don't want them to be agglomerated again. So, wetting is the first step that takes place. When solid pigment particles are added into the liquid paint film, they are agglomerated in nature. The air and moisture is entrapped on the surface of the pigment and needs to be replaced or driven off. So to make this happen, the liquid needs to wet the particle. Poor wetting can have defects like lower pigment solids, your mill base viscosity will be higher, and your dispersion will not be that efficient. So it's basically all a game of surface tension. Basically, the surface tension of the pigment particle should be the surface tension of the pigment particle is there, then there is a surface tension of the liquid film. So the surface tension of the liquid film should be lower than the surface tension of the pigment particle. That's why it's always easier to get a good mix when you are using solvents like xylene and butyl acetate, because the surface tensions of those is around 25 to 30, whereas it's very tough to wet aqueous systems because surface tension of water is around 72. The next step is the grinding or the deagglomeration stage. Once complete wetting of the pigment particle is achieved, these large agglomerates must be broken down. This is achieved through a mechanical process called as grinding. There is strong cohesive forces between the pigment particles, and a lot of energy is needed to break these cohesive forces. So to do that, we have mills, we have high-speed stirrers, the HSDs. But the HSDs and the high-speed stirrers can only reduce the particle size up to a certain point. We hear this problem in the industry a lot, like, sir, इतने टाइम के लिए स्टरिंग चालू है, मिक्सिंग चालू है, लेकिन ग्राइंड नहीं आ रहा है. So we have to go back to the basics. It's what we learned in the labs over here, that you have to get a good vortex in your paint film. There should be a donut shape which you see when you're doing your grinding in the HSD. And these are some of the things that you have to take care of. Your diameter of the disc and the diameter of the tank, they have a relation to each other, and also the distance from the bottom of the tank and the diameter of the disc. So these are some of the calculations that you have to take care of. Otherwise, you will only be using so much of energy, electricity, but you won't achieve a good grind gauge for it. Another way of grinding is called as impact. So what happens in this is you make the use of beads. You pass your mill base through a bead mill, for example. So the type of bead that you choose, the size of the bead, the volume of the bead, these all are important factors in achieving a good grind. So the best properties of the pigment dispersion is obtained when the particle size is reduced to the primary particle size. The last step is called as stabilization. If the pigments are not stabilized well, they have a tendency to form agglomerates again. So there are two types of stabilizations that can take place. One is called as charge stabilization. This usually takes place in a polar system. When the wetting and dispersing agent is added, it induces a charge. So like repels like. Hence the pigment particles don't come close to each other. And the second type of stabilization is called the steric hindrance. So basically what happens is the polymeric dispersant has a head and a tail. The head attaches itself onto the pigment surface, and the long chain tail that is hanging around in your paint film, that prevents the pigment particle from coming close to each other. Now we will go over some of the factors that affect pigment dispersions. So the chemical constitution is very important. We have seen in the previous presentations today the surface area of the pigment is important, the type, you're using an organic one or a inorganic one, the type of binder, its TG, its wetting and dispersing properties, and their interactions. Then there is the type and amount of dispersing additive. One of the most important point, which is an important factor, is called your mill base formulation. It's very important that you take a lot of care and take some effort in formulating your mill base well. Then the next point is the type and mode of operation of the dispersing equipment. For example, ball mills, bead mills, attriters, sand mill, etc. Pigment binder concentration, the viscosity of your base, the temperature, and also how much time do you want to do the pigment dispersion process for. So this is the photo of the donut shaped effect that I was talking about in the earlier slide. So what would be called as a good mill base? A good mill base will be formulated when it has the highest pigment loading. The rheology profile will be absolutely right. For example, I was always under the impression that a good mill base will have lower viscosity, but that was actually not true. When I was working on TRM or a triple roll mill, that time you need to get a good flow on it. TAC is also a very important factor in that. So you can formulate your mill base by doing a simple test called as the Daniel flow point. Basically what you do is you take your fixed gram of pigment and you add various concentration of resin inside it, and you see at what point are you seeing that the mass is flowing off your spoon. So you get a Daniel wet point and a Daniel flow point. So these two are important things. A right mill base will be the one which has the shortest dispersion time. It consumes the lowest amount of energy, and there is least equipment wear and tear, because these grinding medias, they are not cheap. They cost a lot. So, and the highest energy when you manufacture paint is the pigment dispersion process. So these are some of the QC tests that you can do for your pigment dispersions. You can always check after, you can always check what the grind is. The industry standard, as we all know, is a 7+. You can check the viscosity using a B4 cup or a Stormer. But one of the most important things is the color uniformity. You have to ensure that from batch to batch your pigment color strength, delta E, opacity, all these properties are the same. So there cannot be any variation in shade from batch to batch. Then you do a simple flocculation test. Then you can check, you can do a storage stability test. You can keep your paste inside the oven for a few weeks and check what the change in the rheology is. And you can also do your basic physical property test like solid, particle size, etc. So what would you call an efficient pigment dispersion? I would say something which has high gloss, high opacity, the high tinting strength. The shade should be consistent from batch to batch, and there should be no defects in your final paint film. Whereas if your pigment dispersion process is not efficient, then you get poor gloss, your opacity is lower, tinting strength keeps on changing, the shade keeps on changing. When you add the pigment paste to your final base paint, the viscosity, there's a big change. So you have to ensure all these things are well taken care of. These are some of the defects that occur in a paint film. Flocculation, as we all know, it's a reagglomeration of the pigment particles due to poor stabilization in the paint film. And there's a very easy test to check this out. You can take a drawdown and just rub the top part with your fingers and see the difference in the shade between the rubbed part and the unrubbed part. So if there is as you can see in the slide, that's a blue one is not properly stabilized. Another type of defect, there are more defects that take place in a paint film. Most coating formulations have more than one pigment in them. Usually it's a TiO2 white base and any combination of any other pigment with it. So they should be wetted and deflocculated well. The terms floating and flooding are the two types of defects that occur at the surface of your paint film. It's very easy to find this out. You can just do a rub out test again and see if you can see that the TiO2 is on one side and for example, your blue and your red is on the other side. So floating is also a type of defect that occurs on the surface of the paint film. The pigment separation occurs in the form of hexagonal cell called as Bernard cells. Now, why should we use pigment dispersions? So being liquid in nature, we know that it is very easy to handle it compared to using a dry pigment powder. We have all seen the paint manufacturing units, especially in the small scale and the medium scale. The pigment is lying all over the floor. So this is one of the advantages for that. The handling is easier. The pigment loading is higher. So you can save on cost of grinding of the expensive high performance pigments at your end. And apart from that, optimum dispersion leads to maximum brilliance and high tinting strength. So as we have spoken about all these properties in the previous slides, we need to achieve a right optimum of matrix of all these properties like gloss, opacity, tinting strength, storage, stability, rheology of your paint. So that's why you need a reliable pigment dispersion manufacturer. Now, one very interesting topic, are pigment dispersions environmentally friendly? So the simple answer would be yes and no. If your VOC is lower, then yes, they are environmentally more compliant. So during my time in the States, I came across this one sentence very often: regulation drives innovation. It's not always true, but once there is a regulatory force, then all the R&D teams and the innovation teams and all the major paint MNCs, they are working on reducing the VOC of the paint. Lately, they are using bio-based resins also. For example, soya-based resins are used as wetting and are used to make some pigment dispersions Europe now. So yeah, we also see in India now that all the major construction projects are all being green building certified. So it is a push for all the paint manufacturing units to use environmentally friendly raw RMs to make their paint. No, I was told that this is a technical and educational seminar, so I won't be spending much time on what products I have to offer. The main focus was how are pigment dispersions made, what is a mill base, what are some of the tips to formulate it, what are some of the defects that you get in the paint film. But yeah, these are universal stainers, usually used in 50 ml, 100 ml, 200 ml pack size, mainly for a DIY approach or do it yourself. You want to paint your house, you call a painter, he gets a 20-liter base paint to your home, he adds a small bottle of stainer, mixes the shade on the cap and then asks you, is this shade okay? You say no. Then he takes the stainer more, adds more, and that's how you match the shades. But nowadays, when you go to any paint shop, these are just the TDS and the shade card. Nowadays what happens, you go to a paint shop and they give you a 1000 shade fan deck. So this is the trend now. Everyone is slowly moving towards point of sale universal tinters. So this is the 2100 series that we offer for that. This is the TDS along with all the information. Weight per liter. The 4500 series is the water-based pigment paste for your in-plant and factory tinting applications. These are basically concentrated paste. This is the TDS. I've written what is the pigment powder being used and what is the concentration. This is a basic shade card. They are also very useful in making colored bases. Apart from that, this is the last series, that is a 6600 coat tint series. These are used to make usually used in solvent base or industrial coating applications. It's one paste for all, so it's compatible with your alkyd, epoxy and PU. This is a TDS along with some information in it, the shade card. So yeah, there's some brief about NR. We have 3 manufacturing units, sophisticated dispersing equipments, R&D lab, shade formulation lab. That should be all. Thank you so much.
Question please.
There's a small
To many,
video that I
it
have,
just means something that adds color to their home or protects the surfaces they care for. But at NR Colors, we see paint differently. To us, paint is technology. NR Colors Limited is an emerging manufacturer of organic and inorganic pigment dispersions and a leading superstore of raw materials for the surface coating industry. With 3 manufacturing units situated near Bhiwandi, Maharashtra, NR Colors manufactures a wide range of high-performance dispersions for architectural, decorative and industrial coatings applications. Our ISO certified state-of-the-art infrastructure consists of the latest manufacturing technology at par with global standards. At our advanced testing labs, we monitor the quality of product at every stage from raw materials to packaging. High-speed, automatic packing lines minimize human error and ensure consistency in delivery. Leveraging our native leadership in distribution, we ensure uninterrupted supply of products to domestic and international markets. It's no wonder that our brands hold a reputation for quality and performance in among our customers.
I'm very happy to inform all of you that NR Colors Limited is now a 30-year-old company. Our sheer existence in business for last 30 years is the confidence of our customers in our product range and our offerings. Realizing the need of the industry for a fine particle size in liquid coatings. We started manufacturing MUP TiO2 D90 less than 2 microns in particle size. We have addressed the need of the customer. The product is made in India, international standards, and at Indian price. Give us the opportunity to serve you, and you will see the difference.
Since 1990, NR Colors has been a leading distributor for the surface coating industry and is the largest independent chemical distributor in India. We are proud to represent some of the most recognized international brands in India. With a wide portfolio of products, we serve customers in diverse industries like architectural coatings, automotive coatings, coil coatings, powder coating, flooring, pigment dispersions, plastic master batches, and many more. A nationwide footprint is the backbone of the business, and we have a pan-India presence that is managed at our head office in Mumbai. We have the capability to ship products within 48 hours of receiving the order, reducing customer wait times and increasing their efficiency. As an intensely customer-centric company, we focus on service and additionally provide technical support and services and help them meet their needs effectively. Leadership is born of excellence, and we at NR Colors promise to carry our legacy of excellence into the future.
Thank you. Thank you for the insightful presentation, sir. You now may take your seat. So I request you, Tipana sir, to felicitate. नहीं विपुल
टी ब्रेक ओके
Come back to all the dignitaries. I would request Dr. Bijaya K. Mishra, then Professor Dr. R.N. Jagtap sir, Ritesh Sharma, and Dr. Prashant sir to come on the dais. Now I would request Mr. Satyaprakash sir to continue with his presentation. I would request Professor Dr. R.N. Jagtap sir to introduce the speaker.
Yeah, hello. Good evening to all of you. I'm Professor Jagtap. I'm going to be the session chairman, but this was, all of a sudden they has asked me to become session chairman. Therefore, it is my pleasant duty to introduce myself to you, okay, so that you will know who's the session chairman. So I'm Professor Jagtap. I did my BSc Tech, MSc Tech and PhD Tech throughout the technical education in this institute. For a brief period of time, I worked in the industry, and then I was fortunate to come back here as a faculty, and I have more than about 30 years of experience. I worked in different areas. I have 5 patents, almost about 150 international papers, and I have guided about 15 PhD students, more than 100 MTech students, right? With this experience, I am trying to, conduct this session. I hope you will enjoy that, right? So today we are having, for this session, we are having, three people who are there. So the first one, the very fresh, introduction, which I got it from Satya Prakash. I'm reading it for you. So Mr. G. Satya Prakash, he's the sales head of TIPCO. He's having more than 20 years of experience in the technical sales across India. And for more than 10 years, he's associated with the paint industry. And he is helping the people in, taking the best possible processes. And he provides the turnkey solutions also. Without delay of time, I hand over this mic to Mr. Prakash.
Thank you, sir. A very good evening to you all, sir. It's a small session after a tea break. So from the morning onwards, we have a very good sessions on various raw materials, basically what type of materials, pigments, additives, what are all used in the process industry of a paint manufacturing. So from there, I just go into how you make the paint. So today, I am just covering on the topic of water-based paints. Of course, we do a lot of, we give our machinery to a lot of paint industries, but today I limit my topic to the water-based paints. I brief about a TIPCO introduction, what we are, what TIPCO is into, and water-based paint plant advantages, overview of water-based paints, and what are our TIPCO products for the water-based paint and its water-based industry, and a small review on the water-based plant and its turnkey solutions, and why TIPCO and what we can offer as a one-stop solution. Sir, TIPCO we established in 1985, as it's almost now 35 years old company. We are the leading manufacturers of paint machinery, and in paint machinery we offer HSDs, bead mills, mixers, basket mills, and whatever all related to the paint industry we manufacture. Other than that, we also give a turnkey solutions. And we have products related to mixing, milling, grinding, homogenization, and other equipments. We are strongly determined to be one of the best manufacturers in the Indian industry. Today we have good infrastructure in our factory, like we also have CNC machines, VMC machines, laser cutting. So that is required to get a better product. Even if you want to compete with MNC standards, the machine quality should be much better than what we manufacture. Today we almost adopt all the international quality standards for checking the raw material, finish, and even the grit, how much of grit is maintained, what is the shaft stability, machine stability, everything we do. This is our infrastructure, where we have around 6 CNC machines, we have laser cutting machines. So today we ensure that if you are making whatever 50 products or 60 products, everyone is of same quality. We also have a laboratory setup where you can come to our factory and test your samples of 1 to 5 liters. We have in-house engineering design team. If something come up of a new design, before it is getting into production, we ourselves make into the design. Then we thoroughly analysis, then we come into the production. We developed a new products like homogenization, which is into high shear homogenizers, liquid powder mixers, in-tank homogenizers. This is a new technology which is adapted in the Western. So we thought it is having several advantages in the process industry. So we started developing these machines from last 2 to 3 years. We ourselves, after focusing, we also observed new designs, what are better for the industry. And we have service set up at office, Delhi at Sonipat, and Pune also we have an office. And we are expanding further at our Sonipat factory. We are almost doubling our capacity of the existing factory. These are our few clients across thing, like we have a very good MNC clients like Normet, Tribond, Sabu Coating, Sirca, Uflex. These are the well-known Indian brands. Few more customers, and there are the few already projects we have done from last 1 year. There are the few we have done for Sirca. These are total turnkey projects, I say, starting from raw material to the finished products. What exactly we cover in the TIPCO? We cover paint from water as well as solvent based. We also offer for resin solutions,
personal care and cosmetics. We also have machinery for decorative coatings, industrial coatings, ink, printing inks, packaging inks, construction chemicals, pharmaceuticals, nanotechnology, specialty chemicals, pigments and adhesives, agrochemical industry. Other than that, we are very specialized into total turnkey solutions. So I straight away I confine my topic into water-based paint plants. Why suddenly the water-based paints? Today everywhere, most of the industries, almost 60 to 70% is running on solvent-based. So now today there is a lot of shift to the water-based paints. But what is the advantage and disadvantage? So if you see really the solvent based, it is really affecting the environment. That is where people are shifting it to solvent rather than to the water based industries. Historically solvent based have now outperformed water. That is where solvent making is also easy, but it is having its own disadvantage because solvent is a very flammable product. So that is also one thing. And water is you don't need, it's a simple water, you don't need to have fire related safety equipment. So it saves majority of your cost on the safety side. So that is where the water based plants are getting more an advantage and advantage. Further to that, there are government regulations are also coming up, where if you have a solvent based, lot of safety norms has to be done. Even you have to take care of the waste usage, VOC, polymers. So there are a lot of safety issues are there. Even if you go into, you cannot just like the wastage of the solvent cannot be just can't dump into the outside. You have to it has to be treated well. So there is a lot of change in the government regulations also. That is where the industry is also shifting slightly towards the water-based industries. Coming to water-based industries, what exactly it is? See, one thing, if you go to solvent, if there is no properly maintained, the minute you enter into a solvent-based industry, you see the smell coming up. If it is really not met, the odor is it is very uncomfortable. Even labor working there, it's very harmful. So and the VOC of whatever the volatile exposures into, it's also not good. So where coming to water, there are no such issues. You can handle it easily. Even hazardous waste can be avoided. Cleaning can be avoided. So there is a lot of advantages over solvent compared to solvent water-based industries. What else is also good for water-based industry? Cleanup is very quick, whereas solvent is very difficult. You don't need to use additives, hardeners and thinners as required in solvent-based. They have excellent adhesion. They have better color retention than solvent-based. These are the few advantages you have with the water-based paints. And to water-based industry, typically we offer design and engineering as a turnkey solution. We starting from your raw material to the final finished product. We are capable of designing the whole plant, design, engineering, as well as we offer the equipments like whatever the TSDs like dispersers, mixers, wash tank, bead mills. Everything is from in-house of TIPCO factory. We manufacture those equipments. And even we are capable of giving a plant piping design and execution with pumps, valves, whatever necessary is, starting from your raw material, whatever is the pumping, additives, storage, everything we are capable of giving a total plant design. Coming to the electricals, instrumentation, automation, SCADA, today the people are moving to a lot of automation to reduce the labor. So we are capable of giving a solution into automation and SCADA. Again, when coming into water-based solutions, powder conveying system is very, very important. So we offer powder conveying system. Of course, it's an outsource, but we can design various ways how the powder can be conveyed very efficiently. Again, final thing, coming into the filling and packaging solutions. Yes, we offer the filling and packaging solutions to the final finished goods. If you look at really the process of water-based, this is a basic flow chart. I will not go much deeper, but basically compared to solvent or paint, every industry is the same. First is a mixing, where you add a lot of water. Instead of solvent, here it is a water. Then titanium oxide, tail, defoamer, calcium carbonate, silica and other raw materials, as per your formulation, whatever it is. Then comes to grinding. So here various type of grinding equipment. Then coming to the finishing equipment, then filtration, whatever. Then final coming to the packaging and storage. This is a basic flow chart of a water-based paint industry. This is a typical water-based plant where what are the areas you have in the water. Main is the main production area. Then you have raw material area. Then powder conveying system. The other area is utility, pumps and valves, liquid piping system design, finished goods area, filling and packaging, automation and SCADA. If you cover all these areas, more or less you built your plant. So this is the areas. Whenever we design a plant, we will ensure these areas are properly focused, properly demarcated, and then we come into the factory. This is one of the design we have given lively to one of the factory, very compact, where you can see all the TSDs, mixers, and bead mill, storage system, everything is incorporated in a properly in a G+2 design. Like in the top floor, you have all the storage systems. Here you have all the additives and everything storage system. Here you have the TSDs with the top on that you have a powder conveying hoppers. From the bottom by gravity these are filling into the mixers. Then from the bottom you have bead mills and the bottom there is a lot of area vacant where you can use for your packaging, filling and finished goods area. Okay. So first the main part of a paint comes with the effective mixing. Unless until mixing is not proper, I mean it starts from there. So here the main equipment used in the mixing is the TSDs, that is dispersers. Here these are major mixing happens. Here we will make the mill base in these TSDs. Generally we offer a coaxial shaft designs with 2 shafts. One will be for the cowl blade, the other will be a scraper. We ensure that whatever the TSD we manufacture, it gives a proper vortex. Proper vortex is the main thing to form a proper mixing mill base. So today we build one of the best vortex designs in TSDs. And this we can offer on load cell basis, basing on your capacity, whatever. No, it is totally automated by SCADA. So basing on everything is incorporated into SCADA. So basing on your whatever the formulation or whatever the design you want, according to the material is dropped into the TSDs. Then mounting structure, as well as if you don't want automation, we have TSDs with based on legs. All internals are with SS304 and are also jacketed with MS. For special application, we give it a limpet coil design for cooling arrangement. And our bearing designs are so specially designed. No? Whenever you are adding lot of powder into the TSD, it just tries to come up. So these dust will settle under your bearings, which is very, very dangerous in your long run. Once these powder settles at your bottom of the bearings, no, the bearing life goes down. This is where you have a very frequent failure. So we are specially designed our bearings so that the dust will not go into these bearing areas. Okay. These are the various designs of TSDs we offer. The major part of the TSD plant, we have capacities from 1 KL to 10 KL design. The major power consumption goes here only, where the shafts will go up to almost 250 HP of power. Should be efficiently designed as major mixing happens here. So whenever we design, whatever the proper design ratios, even in NR colors you have seen the L by D ratio, the proper diameter, blades ratio properly to be maintained so that you will get a perfect vortex. Bearings are also specially designed so that it have a very sturdy housing structure. So whenever you operate, the efficiency will be very good, no noise, very efficiently, smoothly run. And both we offer in both manual and load cell design. So this is one of the just a graphical view I have shown you here, where in the top you can have the TSD mixers. For every TSD generally you have two mixers, because the mill base is prepared in TSD. After that, after emulsification, it is come into mixers. Because now whenever you have a TSD, it runs for a batch time of 1 to 1.5 hours. After the once the mill base is ready, it is let down into the mixers. So one is a standby. If something is running or your packaging is not ready, still your material is lying at the mixer, so other mixer you can use it. So like that we have 2 standby designs for every TSD, 2 mixers are designed. This is one of the efficient way of using a space utilization in your factory by going a vertical model. And you can also ensure that it uses a gravity. Like on the top, the gravity, even though if you have a pump for this, but the because of gravity, you can reduce your frictional forces. So at least you can reduce your power consumption taken by the pumps. After that, these are mixers where your mill base is let down into these mixers. So this mill base is transferred. After that, here you add a lot of additives, emulsions, or whatever your formulation as per that. Final product is done in the mixers, designed on the load cell for accurate loading applications, mounted on structure as well as ground mounted, and these are totally maintained in SS304. Generally runs at a very low speed of 80 to 110 RPMs. These are the various types of mixers. There are plants, no, you don't need to have TSDs and mixers. Then we have a normal high speed dispersers with 1 HP, 2, 10, 20, 30 HP. So these are ground mounted high speed dispersers. Here, after your whatever TSDs and mixers, there is a powder conveying system. Here I am showed two types of powder conveying system. One is a single line, where every powder can be alternatively, if you have 6 to 7 powders, the powders will be conveyed automatically to the TSDs. There are some applications where these powders are cross contamination happens. Then we have an application where for each powder line there are different pipelines can be designed. One hopper but different pipelines, so that you can avoid cross contamination. So we can use both the designs of powder conveying systems. So I will not go much deep into the powder conveying system, but we can offer the solutions whatever the way you want. And coming to the high speed dispersers, we have wide range of blades. Basing on the application, we can use different types of mixing blades, like butterfly, multi shaft, triple shaft, anchor, whatever the design or whatever the application suits for. These are the various designs of high speed dispersers we have. Like you can see, there are double shaft, there is a lead, there is a vacuum application. If we can hold the tankers. So there are various designs we offer in the high speed dispersers. Then coming to the new technology, what we come up with, coming with having an effective dispersion of the powders, we come with homogenizers. This homogenizer basically runs on a concept of rotor stator design process, where it has one rotor. You can see the basic design here comes like this. Again, the last part, this one, this is the rotor and this is the stator. This is an inline type of homogenizer, where if you have a powder dropped into this, it will suck from the bottom and have a recirculation loop. So in this, the powder can be effectively dispersed. So you can avoid lumps formation here. Okay. So even if you want, we can have in tank design, like this is the design where in the mixer itself we can have a rotor stator design coming up here. So here whenever it takes powder from here, it effectively disperses the powder here. Okay. Here you can see another clear view how the rotor stator design will be. This comes in tank homogenizer, inline homogenizer. In inline homogenizer also we have different range, like single stage, double stage and 4 stage. If you want, we can use bottom type of homogenizers, and we have super series where you can go up to 4200 RPM speeds. So basically in homogenization, proper dispersion, deagglomeration, emulsification of powders will happen very, very effectively. In the stator designs also, we have 4 types of design, like one is slotted, circle, square, arrow. These are used for various applications, basing on the, in some application you have xanthan gum. For xanthan gum you can use a slotted blades. So for different application, whatever you want, you can. And these are all designed on our own CNC machines. After that, we have a new technology is liquid powder mixing. Here, if you can see, this product having a 2 inlets. Like if you see, this comes on a trolley. It comes with the 2 inlets. One side you will get a powder sucking, other side you will get a liquid. Both can be sucked from here and have a rotation. This gives another way of better dispersing of powder and liquid into the process. Okay, even if you want effective distance, there is one more mixer is added here to have a proper dispersion of the powder inside. So to avoid a lot of lumps, and your process time will be very, very faster compared to your standard cowl design. Suppose if your standard cowl design takes approximately 1 to 1.5 hours, in this liquid powder mixer it just happens within 15 to 20 minutes. So you can save your production time process here. The other thing, finally after mixing there is a grinding, then we have a bead mills, like in the bead mills where you can go up to nanomicrons, where you can achieve less than 1 micron size by using a bead mills. So these are various type of bead mills we have. We have in ceramic design, silicon carbide. We can also we come up with a new series with a PEGS design. This is a new technology which is used for the pigments. So in this we can offer different MOCs in SS304, SS316, ceramic, silicon carbide, as well as in engineered plastic PU. We have a wide range. We started with 5 liters, 10 liters, up to 100 liters. We have a design in this. This is another series of bead mills where we can offer. These are various designs of horizontal bead mill. Before going to any production process, yes, we have a lab models for every range. Here we have the lab models. We have a laboratory multi-shaft disperser, where in this single lab model you can use a cowl blade with the various blade designs of 1 inch, 2 inch, 4 inch, as well as a basket mill design. So this is a multi-shaft disperser. We can use both the designs. So in this laboratory model you can test from 1 liter to 5 liters. Again, we also have a laboratory bead mill of batch type. In this also you can measure up to 200 ml to 1 liter of batch bead mills. It's very compact. Any laboratory applications you can have this. Again, we have a iterator mill, lab iterator. This is also designed from up to 500 ml to 5 liters. We have laboratory horizontal dyno mill, where this design capacity up to 1 liter. So whatever before going to production scale, whatever if you want to test any sample, how the final product will be, yes, we have a laboratory manual which just comes with around 30-40 kgs. You can just put it on a table, do whatever the applications you want to have in this. Even in our factory we have, somebody comes with some sample, we can do in our laboratory test. Even laboratory twin shaft models with a trifoil design, double shaft with cowl blade, and we can also give with scraper. These also range from 500 ml to 5 liters. These are all laboratory type of models. Then we also have laboratory sigma model, where you can test up to 1 kg to 5 kg of sigma design. This is for generally for putty application or high viscosity construction chemicals, bondings, like that. This is another lab mixer where you can test up to 20 liter to 50 liter with a 5 HP motor. This is also very compact in size. It comes with just 15 to 20 kgs for all the laboratory applications. So why we develop a lot of laboratory models. Before developing any product, we suggest to have at least a laboratory model. Test yourself. If everything is perfect, can go into a production scale. Then final thing, sir, just a bit of automation. Why we need automation for any production scale or to ramp up your production? One is it reduces the manpower. Of course, operating, having a 10-15 labor, you can have 2 or 3 people you can run on the whole factory. Consistency of the product. See, one thing is when everything is fed through a computer process, your percentages are decided as per that your pump operates and a particular consistency the product goes. But if you are operating with a man, you can't assure you that he is putting the same percentage of powder. There is always a problem of manual error. So you can't attain a consistency of the product. So you have a lot of advantage by going on automation. Higher production. If you want to have a higher production, yes, you can go for 3 shifts with the same labor, with the same efficiency. You can increase your higher production. Low wastage, because you can avoid spillage. Wherever the powder spilling, everything can be avoided. Saving energy, because everything runs at a particular time and switch off at a particular time. So you can have a lot of energy saving. Complete traceability, you know what's happening, where if any error or anything, any final sample, wherever anything product goes wrong, at least you can have a traceability where the things went wrong. Stock management, because everything is maintained and automatically you can assure of that what is the raw material and what is the finished stock management you can have. And the other thing is the safety factors, because once you interlock everything on a safety factor, So if something goes, something you have an alarm there. So a lot of safety can be considered into this. This is another view of one of a plant, like this is a plant layout. By going automation, you can have a proper utilization of area efficiently. Raw material to finished good you can be done. Then usage of gravity flow, less energy consumption, efficient pumping and piping design, packing, right product selection, proper utility design can be done. This is one of the already done. We have done. These are the one of the executions we have done with various factories. Just I will run through because these are the layouts we already given and executed. This is a few P and ID diagrams how the mixers and TSDs are incorporated. This is another view where basing on the structure and availability of the space we have designed. There are the various designs where TSDs and mixers can be handled with the proper pipeline diagram. These are the few areas where we have done for. This is basically a solvent plant, but to share how to show our workmanship, I'm just showing these pics. This is a pipeline design, so we clearly demarcate, and what you are see here, it is on the SCADA. So in the SCADA, you can see which pipe is running, where the liquid is there, which one is running, which one is shut down. So everything you can have visibility on your monitor screen. Even if an MD wants to see, you can just connect to the PC, you can see what's going on in his factory. These are various layouts we have done for various factories. So today TIPCO offers a one-stop solutions. You need not to go anywhere. We have to do total turnkey, detailed study of the existing project, design, engineering, consultancy. We are capable of. We have our own tie-ups with various consultants across India to give a proper design. We do both water as well as solvent-based, raw material to the final finished goods management, and after the clear exit path is also important. Once you pack everything, there should be a proper clear path to entry out. So we give everything properly, noting everything on your the detailed engineering and design layout. So just a bit of a solvent. Solvent is basically a flame proof. So here we take flame proof is everything is flame proof. So just I want to put a point here, nothing more on that. That's end of my presentation.
Any questions from the audience?
Okay, thank you, sir. You now may take your seat. Yeah, so question from our side. So lab twin shaft disperser generally runs at what speed? Lab twin shaft disperser generally runs at what speed? 2000 RPM? No. Anything else? 14? No. Is it low speed or high speed? Yes, so around 250 we can give it to Surendra Vas sir. No, but the question is framed by me now. Okay, so the next question, okay, so we'll skip for this part, okay? So now I would request Professor R.N. Jagtap sir to please felicitate Satya Prakash ji with the bouquet and the memento. Thank you, sir. Okay, so now I request Professor Dr. R.N. Jagtap sir to please introduce our next speaker.
The second speaker is Dr. Vijaya Mishra. He is a techno-commercial professional having over 35 years of experience in the specialty chemicals. He has proven track record of delivering product and technology successfully. Presently, he is affiliated to Rosari Biotech, and he is serving there as Vice President, Technology and Business Development. Prior to this, he worked with reputed organizations like Daiichi India, AkzoNobel, Glycol Limited, Clariant, then Unicema in various capacity. He has started his technical journey from the reputed BARC. He spent quite a considerable time of his career as research assignment in the University of USA and Europe To his credit, he has guided students for their graduate and undergraduate degree. His research interest includes topics like macro and micro emulsion technology, surfactancy, formulation technology, and microstructure analysis, etc. He has more than 30 international publications to his credit and few process and product development patents. So herewith, I hand over the mic to Dr. Mishra.
Good afternoon. It feels good to be the last speaker, because most of the things are finished. I can just thanks and thank you. Thank you everybody. Thanking doctor for inviting me. My talk today will be a follow-up of the last talk which I have given 1.5 years back. I am a person of surfactants working for 42 years, and once you cross 65, you can think that you are here to give people like students all these things. That's the feeling I have. I have learned a lot, so I want to give it. This is what I think most of the talk I heard from the morning are my customers, or somehow or other they have been dealing with the something or other which is compatible or similar to my work. So what I am doing, going to talk you, is the surfactant. A lot of things has been talked, and one thing, this is the right time to point out that there is a misnomer between emulsion and dispersion. We are talking of dispersion in paints. Any question, anything, I am ready to take that. We are talking of dispersion. It is a solid particle of paints, pigments, which is dispersed via medium into a workable liquid so that we can work, and then we can form a film which is called paint. This paint is a film made with the pigments. Okay? I am attached to rosary, which is, excuse me? No, I just want to.
Hey, do you want me to operate it? I can do that.
You can do that. That will be easier.
Yeah.
So, the surfactants, I have believed it's a real workers. Wherever things does not work, it will make it to work. Be it your colorant, pigment dispersion, or your paint. Wherever it does not work, you just look at it, change the surfactant or increase the surfactant, you work. Or be it biocide formulation also. Everywhere. Next, please. So,
I'll operate for you. No issues.
So if I am in a paints category, this is with respect to solvent, it is water-based solvent or water-based paint or solvent-based paint. Or if in terms of application, it is decorative, industrial or automotive. There are some specialty paints also. And if I talk of technology, emulsion technology, dispersion technology, nanotechnology, polymer technology, silicon technology, all types of technology, whatever being talked from the morning to evening, it is included in this paint. Next. So, being a surface chemistry, I want to declare that whatever we are talking, it is an interface. Either we are disrupting an interface or we are creating an interface. You look at all the talks, whatever I have heard it. This is why understanding the surface formation or interface formation and disruption is very important. And that's why we should understand the surface chemistry. Next.
This is the next one.
It is not going there. Okay, this one?
You should use this.
Yeah. So, I have talked and I want to tell it again. Paint is nothing but a fluid material transformed onto a substrate which formed a solid coating. and it is a continuous adherent. So, and our wish and desire is that that film should stay forever, from the birth to the death of a person, which is never possible. And this pigmented coating, so what happens? I heard talking wetting, spreading, all these things. It wets what? Tell me. It wets the wall surface. It wets the pigments. It spreads on the wall surface. And it should be compatible to not giving any brush mark. That is, the film should be elastic. And then it's quick drying, and when it dries, all the carrier which are the solvent, they should evaporate without disrupting the paint. That's paint. So, what are the components? Pigment, extender, true pigments, or extender is also type of a pigment, emulsion, binder, or solvent, water, additives. And the most complicated thing is the paint is made up of so many materials which are incompatible to each other. And in fact, it is a two-phase or a multi-phase system. When I am taking a binder, there is a surfactant. When I am taking a paint, there is a binder. When I am taking this base, mill base into that, then I am adding a surfactant. So all of them should be compatible. It's not that easy to give a solution, one-step solution. Sir, you are telling something. Somebody asks, give me the recipe. It's not. It's a jigsaw puzzle. You solve it. It may work, it may not work. This is the truth. So I will be talking other additives. Other additives are many things. It's a wetting and dispersing agent, defoaming, deaerating agent, rheology modifier, corrosion inhibitor, dryer, anti-skinning agent, anti-floating agent, biocides. All of them contain surfactant. All of them. Or are pure surfactants or emulsifiers. So this is the molecule. And why it is? Because it has the thing that it orients, so it reduces the surface tension and forms a globular system, like a emulsion droplet or a micelle or a microemulsion. So, but they are, even if I am giving a structure of globe, they are in dynamic equilibrium. They form and break within a nanosecond lifetime. So I am telling that it is a workhorse because it is everywhere it works, and it works as an host or a carrier. It works as an active and an adjuvant. That is a performance enhancer. And they form multiple layers. They are the building block for making many things. Micelles, monolayers, reverse micelle, microemulsion, emulsion, liquid crystal, liposomes, water in oil, oil in water, everything. What the beauty is? They form the structure, microstructure. That is a structure at microscopic level. So now, multiple roles of the surfactant in paints. What paints is? Paint is being manufactured, paint is being stored, paint is being applied, then post-storage also how it is being, all these things is being managed, controlled by the surfactant. And moreover, which has been never looked at, neglected, what's the loss when somebody is painting? The dream is, for the painter is, when they are painting, nothing should be lost. Not a drop should come down and that should be lost. So everything can be managed by surfactant. So this I don't have to, there are different types of surfactants, non-ionic, anionic, polymeric, and there is, if you surfactants is a controlling parameters for the paints formulations. And this, what are the critical things? Choice of surfactant, surfactant dosage, nature of surfactant, non-ionic to anionic ratio. When I am saying this, I have covered the first part, choice of surfactant, in my first lecture. Today I will be not talking of choice of the surfactant. I will giving you a stress which people, how to make a manufacture a surfactant, how to get a surfactant which will work in your formulation. And I will talk about a new surfactant, how it is really an user-friendly surfactant to solve a lot of our problem. So just a example. So wetting agent, it's a two types, wetting agent and dispersing agent. Wetting, lot of talk has been done, it should wet the surface, and that's why what is the dose, and they are usually wetting agents are non-ionic, dispersing agents are anionic or polymeric. So the surfactant dose depends on the type of pigment, depends on PVC and pigment to binder ratio. One. The second thing is that surfactant is such a critical, if you overdose it, it's bad. If you underdose it, it's bad. It especially affects the rheology. I don't mind being stopped or asked any question in the middle also. Okay? I don't think I have to talk. This is known. Take the surfactant, make the mill base. This is a peculiar recipe. Take the mill base put into this mixer or blender and make the final paint. And so there are a lot of instruments that has been shown that this can be used, whether greenfield project, what are the things used, what is can be used in the lab. But I want to make one point that there is a way to reduce the time. I have expressed that in my last presentation. Lot of people do it, whether you make the mill base, then you go to the blend. But there is a way to make it reduce the time. That's called two-stage emulsification or two-stage dispersion. If you refer to my presentation earlier, you will see that, and that's I am referring to all of, because there are a lot of presentation about the mill base. By that, you can use a lot of less surfactants. And what is happen? Make concentrated emulsion, then next stage is dilute that. So the use of surfactant is less, the use of energy in making the paint is less, and it becomes very cost effective. So be it paint or colorant, these are the three stages. You put pigments, mix well, and then you grind it and get it the mill base, and then you put it in the bead mill, and then you get the colorant. So I will just pass it on because it has been talked many times. Only thing is that the factor which goes into is the time and energy. So it's a pigment wetting, grinding stage, stabilization and pigment and suspension. So one thing it will be, just to give an example, is the black powder which is not at all soluble. If you has a correct and good amount of surfactant, it can be emulsified and it becomes very clearly in the agrochemical dispersion bluish tints type of thing. In the black pigment also you will get some. So next is the stabilization. This is talked about, this is the dispersion process, wetting. Next is separation, that is deagglomeration, and the stabilization. The stabilization happens, and all of them happens at one time. It's not that first it will wet, then it will separate, all these things. So these are all happens together. So this is the electrostatic. So we load the pigments with the surfactant molecule to create stabilization. That's why it will not agglomerate again. So the electrostatic comes from anionic and the steric interest comes from the non-ionic. Non-ionics are with head group which is highly hydrated. That's why it creates non-ionic. That's why there is a cloud point. So if there is a stabilization process is bad, then the gloss is poor and color strength is poor. So in real life, there is nothing called one surfactant. We use mixed surfactant. Mixed surfactant always creates synergy, and that's why it is better to use the mixed surfactant system, and in the mixed surfactant one is anionic, another is non-ionic. So example of non-ionics are alcohol ethoxylate or alcohol ethoxylate propoxylate, and non-ionics are wetting and dispersing agent, non-ionics are wetting agents or anionic are dispersing agent. I am going fast because these are the things I have already covered in my last talk. So I can manage the surfactant based on the HLB. So low HLB is good wetting agent, high HLB is good dispersing agent. So non-ionic wetting agent example also are there. So anionics which are used in the paints and coating are polyacrylates, polymeric, sulfate, sulfosuccinate and phosphate ester. The last one, phosphate ester, I will discuss in detail. So why phosphate esters? I don't know whether people are using it or not. Especially I am addressing to the industries. These are because their alkali stability is good. They are good wetting properties, antistatic and emulsion property. They via, what happens in the phosphate ester, the beauty is there is a switch. I can change them, same surfactant, I can change them to the wetting agent and dispersing agent. That is, you will see how. The reaction is simple. You take P2O5, you take alcohol, alcohol ethoxylate, many type of alcohol, and you get the phosphate ester with some phosphoric acid. And there is one phosphating agent which gives the phosphates and the base material like alcohol, alcohol ethoxylate or any other things which can be phosphated. So phosphating agents are P2O5, polyphosphoric acid, phosphorus oxytrichloride, phosphorus pentatide. Base material is alcohol, low molecular weight. Even for IPA I can make phosphate ester. Also TDA I can make. Even alcohol ethoxylate. Take alcohol, make the ethoxylate, then do the phosphation. So conditions are temperature control, concentration, rate of addition and presence of oxygen has to be controlled. I am giving you the manufacturing process. The phosphating agents are different. There are many and most preferred is P2O5 based on the reaction rate, and thumb rules is to get the final acid value of increase by 10 to 12, we should use 1% as P2O5. How much P2O5 is to be added? That is what. Maintain approximately 1:3 ratio of P2O5 to alcohol, alcohol ethoxylate. Critical operating parameter is temperature, management of exotherm, and rate of addition of P2O5, time of digestion. So the synthesis, I take alcohol, alcohol ethoxylate, add P2O5. P2O5 addition has to be slow. There is no need of catalyst. If at all, there is small amount of phosphorus acid can be used. Then the next step is when you are adding P2O5, we have to make sure the temperature does not go beyond 40 degree. Then what is happening? Then P2O5 addition will be controlled. Then all these things should be happen in the nitrogen purging, because oxygen there, it will not work. Rate of P2O5 they have added, and you will see that the color has changed, and you are buying phosphate ester anionic surfactant, the batch to batch variation, unless manufacturing is not done in a controlled way. And you think that one batch will work, one batch will not work. These are the, then we get the phosphate ester, then we get the, this has to be neutralized. The neutralization can be done by caustic, ammonia or TA. Many times phosphate ester neutralized with caustic will be gel, will give you a gel. Small addition of ammonia will clear your problem. And the phosphate ester can be made with TEA, MEA or DA. And when you do that, the foam property comes down like anything, but wetting hampers. So at the end, we get monoester, diester, residual alcohol and residual phosphoric acid. Now understand, three things are there. Monoester is a wetting agent. Diester is the dispersing agent. So what do we want? Dispersing and dispersing and wetting agent. Especially I am addressing to you, sir. If you use this, you don't have to use the wetting agent. Like people use first when they are making the colorant, take the all 4-5 components and then they use the anionic to make it a dispersing, and then add the wetting agent, which are they used anionic like polyacrylate or styrinated phenol ethoxylate. Then at the end they use nonyl phenol ethoxylate or APO-free ethoxylate. This is way. You use phosphate ester, that problem will not be there. And then can I get a pen to write somewhere something?
But we need to remove this. This is the only space.
I don't know if you can look at it.
No, this has to be removed.
That's right. So what I want to say is that this is very critical. If you can look at it.
Marker. Marker, black marker. Choose any marker.
Sir, next time call me in the first hour. Give me more time. So, what happens? Please look into it, be attentive. At this point, I have started charging to my alcohol or alcohol ether P2O5. So, what happens? It starts, this is the amount of monoester and diester. This is first. What will happen? That will be no digestion. I will be adding P2O5, P2O5. Stops. When I stop it, the P2O5 has reacted with alcohol, so you expect monoester. One monoester will form, then monoester will form, then no, sir. First, what will form is diester. Monoester will be 0. Diester will come down, monoester will increase, and it will go. Is it clear? Contrary to all expectations, when we charge P2O5 into alcohol, what we get is the diester. And this time, this is addition time. This is the time it is coming down, it is there. This is the product which is required for paints and coloring. That means the product where monoester and diester is 1:1 works. So all the batch, if you are using it, get a method of measuring monoester and diester. Don't use it. If there is a supplier, ask them to give the method or take it from me. This is time. This is mono. Another one is di. So di increases. Sorry, I'm completely wrong. Di forms first, but it comes down. Dr. Srivastava, you can tell yes or no. So everybody thinks that mono will form fast. Let me take it as one. No, diester will form fast.
Very strong, dehydrating, very strong.
So then it will be mono. So what we want is a mono and di mixture which is 50-50. this is the time. The manufacturer will not have enough patience or time to get to this point and give it to your product which will work. Okay. Now beyond this, suppose to keep it, this is usually, don't quote me everywhere, but I am saying that it is usually 2.5 hours to 3 hours. Beyond this, what happens, and इसके साथ भी एक free phosphoric acid होता है. Free phosphoric acid का दूंगा तो, so initially it will be minimum here. This is free phosphoric acid. I have given you one equation. If you want a acid value of 10 to 12, then take 1% P2O5. That means if I want 250 as my final acid value, so I should use 250. So then I should use 25% of P2O5 and alcohol should be 75%. Please, these are all important factors. If you are using it, use phosphate ester, but what phosphate ester you should use, you should be aware of it. So, the benefits of phosphate ester as such vis-a-vis other surfactant, it's an efficient dispersing agent in waterborne coatings, good wetting properties, anti-rusting, because the metal adhesion to the phosphate ester, like it is anchoring, it's not easily removable. Polymeric rheology modifier, it's compatible, good polymer film adhesion and metallic surface. Besides this, it is compatible to many surfactants. This. So, this can be TDA ethoxylate phosphate ester, 2EH EO phosphate ester, and LA. These are the example and these are the properties. Any question you have with respect to phosphate ester, you can let me know. I have given my number and the email address in the first slide. Then I want to add, like always, whatever looks like yellow is not gold. The surfactant is not always workhouse. By adding surfactant, we create problem also. So negative effect is water and moisture resistance goes down, dirt pickup increases, surfactant leaching takes place. And of course, you are in the hand of surfactant manufacturer and EO price. Ethylene oxide prices goes up, it's so volatile. So having a cost for 3 months cost management is always a problem. And I want to, this is one of the things that I am having a surfactant coming from titanium dioxide. It comes with a polymer, and then I am taking a green pigment with a colorant. There is a surfactant. This surfactant should be very much compatible with the polymer. I told surfactant interaction has to be good, correct, and surfactant polymer interaction has to be good. So I work for Rosary. In case you need any support for paints, you can contact Mr. Himanshu Garg. This is the email and the phone number. In case of additives, pigments and colorants, that is a surfactant which is required for the colorant manufacture or the pigment, please contact him. And technical issues, always you can come. I love to respond to your questions. Thank you. Now also you can ask me.
Thank you, sir. Any question from audience? Okay, so actually we are skipping the questions for this part because we are already running late. Okay, so now I would request Dr. R.N. Jagtap sir to please felicitate our speaker. Okay, no problem.
So don't mind, right? So I'll introduce you the last speaker for today's program. He's Dr. Prashant Khobragade. He did his PhD from University Jalgaon, and right now he is working as a manager R&D in Anuvi Chemicals. He's having 5 years of experience, and his research expertise are emulsions, coating, polymeric materials, formulations, nanomaterial, nanotechnology. He has published 10 research papers in international journals with impact factor of 2.8. He has almost same number of international conferences, and he is being awarded as Young Scientist by VD Good Professional Association in August 2020, and he is also a member to many organizations. With this, I hand over the mic to Dr. Prashant. All yours.
Deshmukh sir. So before we begin, I request Dr. Harish Agrawal sir to please felicitate Deshmukh sir. Okay. You can continue, sir.
Okay, good evening to all. Thank you, Professor Jagtap sir, for a wonderful introduction. So I am not taking more time because this is today's last technical presentation. So my topic about the presentation is quite emulsion polymer for architectural paints. My presentation is quite combination with quite academical parts, some technical parts, and with consideration of some industrial parts into the regular activities which followed in the industrial pulse into the category of emulsions for architectural paints. So it includes importance, characterization, applications, and advancement into the emulsions. So the outline is about the quite introduction, background about waterborne coatings, about emulsion polymers, characteristics of emulsion polymer, the selection criteria of different elements for the emulsion polymer, architectural coatings, and some important factors which affect the properties of the emulsion polymer, and the technology trends into the emulsion polymers. So you all people, and I also working into the decorative segment from long time. You have more experience than me, and we are mostly talking about 30, 40, 50 years from decorative segment. But I tell you, the decorative paints and the architectural coatings is not, we are working from last 100, 200 or 300 years. This is the technology which established very scientifically and technologically before 600 BC. So you can imagine the Ajanta caves near to the Aurangabad, that caves itself have a very aesthetic looks of architectural paintings into the caves. That paintings is manufactured or are prepared before 600 BC. So you can imagine how these waterborne or architectural coatings developed earlier, and which types of additives, or you can say the technology people use that time. So that still its look better as compared to nowadays technology. So that is the very interesting part about the, or quite the reference part about the technology for water-based decorative segment or architectural coatings. So the general definition about the your coatings or surface coatings. So it is a quite combination of some layers. It should be like metals, wood, or other concrete surfaces where we are making a priming, or we are making a final coat or top coat of the some paints or water-based paint, or maybe a solvent-based paint. So nowadays people are mostly moving towards the water-based technology. It should be related with metals, or it should be related with the decorative segment or architectural segments. The major factor to consider about the architectural code, a water-based coating is based on it have low VOC contents, it have low risk of fire hazards, it is reducing worker exposure to the solvent vapors with the consideration of some other environmental consideration factors. So basically, what is emulsion polymer, right? So we are talking about or number time of customer talking about the emulsions or latex. So it is the consideration of styrene, acrylic, pure acrylic, SBR. Lot of different types of monomer are considered to manufacture the emulsion polymer or latexes. But basically, emulsion polymer is what? Emulsion polymer can be defined very simply. It is a dispersion, a latex of about 100 to 1000 nanometer particle size. In aqueous dispersion media, they are polymer dispersions, and by technical terms, they are stabilized with the surfactants or other stabilizers as per the requirement and application part of the customer requirement. So basically, yeah. So whenever we are talking about emulsion polymers, so the emulsion polymers properties is not only basically based on the composition of the monomers. It is quite related with the application part, with the performance criteria. But number of times the process which we select to make a emulsion polymer, that is also important part for the properties. So where number of times you are talking about in micro emulsion polymerization have particle size ranging about 100 to thousands or 100 to 500. So that is a very important basic part for emulsions. So main important part about the emulsion polymers in micro emulsions polymer where particle size is ranging from 100 to 200 or 300. So whenever we use that emulsion into the paint formulations, all other ingredients into the paint formulation are in microforms, more than the nanometer size, right? So when we make a grinding or other dispersion, so there is a chances of other agglomeration parts. So and it will be affect on the properties of the paint formulations and other final applications. So the nano emulsions, you can say micro emulsion or nano emulsion, it will give you a better dispersion and grinding with your other ingredients. So that's why the micro emulsion polymerization processes are majorly considered for the industrial manufacturing processes for the emulsion. So how that emulsion polymer are made? In general, emulsion polymer system consists of a dispersing medium, monomers, emulsifier, initiator, stabilizers, and other some post additives material. The monomers are only slightly soluble in water. They form droplets that are suspended and stabilized by the emulsifier. That is the emulsifier molecules associate and form micelle that surround small amounts of monomer. The remaining monomer is dispersed in the small droplets, right? So this is classified in mini and micro emulsion polymerizations. So in that micro emulsion polymerization is consist with the importance factor with it gives the low particle formation into the polymerization system. But itself that micro emulsion polymerization or that polymerization consists with two methods. One is it is in oil in water emulsions, or maybe it is water in oil emulsions. So the major two difference about these types of emulsion is what? In oil in water, the monomers are only slightly soluble in the continuous phase with the water. Instead, they form droplets that are suspended and stabilized by the emulsifier. Into the water in oil emulsion, an emulsion polymerization can also be carried out with water miscible hydrophilic monomers such as acrylamides or other like methacrylic acids which disperse into the continuous hydrophobic oil phase. So there is also some other characteristics which are mostly considering into the emulsion polymer. So that is nothing but the solid content, particle size, coagulum into the products, rheology or viscosity, glass transition temperature, residual monomer, and other molecular weights of the emulsion polymers. So rather than these some basic characteristics, I will talk further about detail in each. So the viscosity is a major part for the emulsions basically, and after that TG is, and MF50 is the other part as the part of consideration with application. So the viscosity or rheology of an emulsion polymer is a complex property that depends on mostly solid content of emulsions, particle size distributions, the pH ranges, and the particle surface charge and organic content into the aqueous phase, amongst other. So whenever we are going for to like synthesis a emulsion polymer, so we have some basic criteria or consideration how we go for the to synthesize the emulsions. So which monomer we have to select with other elements or stabilizers or auxiliaries, or which polymerization technique we have to select, because that monomer consideration is not only a part for the properties, but the selection of polymerization technique is also the major consideration part for the performanceable properties for the emulsions. So these are some general consideration about the monomers initiators. I am not going very deep into on this slide because it is quite very theoretical general parts to selection of the monomers, initiators, surfactants, and other ingredients, whatever the post polymerization or pre polymerization that use in emulsion polymerization. So whenever we are going for selection of some specific emulsions, so that should be our styrene acrylic emulsions, pure acrylic emulsions, or acrylic emulsions, or vinyl acrylate emulsions, any other emulsions. Number of times, like I am also working with R&D and technical services, number of times customer asking me, we need styrene emulsion with 50 solids, we need styrene emulsion with 40 solids. So I am saying them ki we have 50 solid styrene, 100 of grades. Which grades you need? Customer saying we need 50 solid acrylic emulsions. So we have thousands of or 100 of grades of acrylic emulsions with 50 solids. Which you need? What is your purpose? Where you want to use it? So that is quite considerable part. So all emulsions is with same like styrene or maybe in acrylic with the same solid, but the compositional part of all emulsion is different. So that is with consideration of TG, or that is with consideration of final application of emulsion, the use of emulsion, the final properties requirement into the paint, or other like basic characteristics mostly considered as a MA50. That all the part consideration for the emulsions. So there is some more important factors which affects on the properties, performance, and end application of the architectural coatings. With the help of emulsion, that is one VOC, that volatile organic compound should be less, the volatile aromatic hydrocarbons and some other ingredients shall not contain like heavy metals, HPOs freeze, and diethyl glycol methyl ether. So the very important part about the emulsion polymer when you are considering or selecting emulsion polymer, so and when emulsion is considered, emulsion polymer is considering with other polymer materials, like. So whenever we are talking about polymers and some other properties, the basic important functions in polymer is a TG. There is a glass transition temperature, or above the certain temperature and below temperature where that polymer start to change their phase. So when you are considering TG with other polymer materials, other plastics materials, or other rubbery like materials, so TG is a direct considerable part with the end applications of final product, with the processing characteristics of that material. But when we are considering about a coating and emulsion, so rather than TG, MA50 is a major considerable part. But with MA50, TG is a secondary considerable part, because see, whenever we are considering about TG, a theoretical TG into the emulsions, but that theoretical TG can't be maintained during polymerizations. So sometimes the TG will increase. If you consider your theoretical TG should be like 50, but during polymerization your TG will increase like 60. If the particle size is very fine, it need more energy to move forward for higher degree. So your TG will increase. Sometimes if you use some more plasticizer of monomers like acrylamide or other things, so that time your TG will reduce. So never that in during polymerization, theoretical TG is not able to maintain. So that's why in emulsions, people are talking about MA50. So MA50 is nothing but the lowest temperature at which collision occurs sufficiently to form a continuous polymer film or coating film. So that's why MA50 is a very important factors into the emulsion rather than TG. But there is a correlation, plus minus 3 or 4 degree. The TG is slightly lower than MA50. But MA50 is an important part rather than TG. And coalescing aids are used also assist in the film forming. Sometimes a number of addition of more coalescing agents into the emulsion, also use the low M50 with high TG. Some number of emulsions, they are not able to form a film. So we are using more coalescing agents. So that time, what happened, your TG is M50 using very low, and you are maintaining TG as it is with higher side. Sometimes with respect to your end application of the polymers. So the major requirements of coalescing aids is what? The coalescing aids should have compatibility and active solvents for base polymer for the systems. In the case of efficiency, the amount of coalescing aid required to provide desired film formation related to coalescing aids like glass point. Another is a low rate of evaporation and the low solubility in water. So how coalescing affects into the emulsion polymer or film formation? The particles are soft enough, they will fuse when the particles collapse and form a film. If in the emulsion, if it is the particles are not able to collapse it, it creates a very hard film, and that film will quite unstable, and it create a crack is structure onto the surface. So that's why the film formation mechanism is a very important part into the emulsions and that part. So based on consideration, we'll use other coalescing agents. So the mechanism is what? The particles get into close contact and start to pack. Where polymer particles, deformation particles are deformed and packed, the film formation, like polymer chains entangle and particle boundaries disappear, and the polymer interdiffusion leading to a continuous stable film. So in the case of drying mechanism of architecture like the paints or emulsions, it is important that the application, drying and coalescing conditions are very controllable. So in important parameters like temperature, relative humidity, like ventilations, and some other factors. So nowadays there is also major technology trends of waterborne coating, like with the help of customer and market requirements, technology efficiency, environment, health, safety, and performance. So nowadays people are mostly moving toward the multifunctional type of emulsions. Means a single emulsions, like earlier I told you, people are asking about emulsions about the solid base, not about the chemistry based or application based or other based. So we are trying to move towards the multifunctional emulsions. A single emulsion can use into the different type of paint formulations with for different applications. So based on your paint formulations, right? Where we developed some pure acrylic emulsions, the name of Anucryl C930. That emulsion is used for elastomeric architectural paint. It can use for cool roof coating. It can use for waterproofing. It can use for crack bridging applications. It can be used for your making a crack bridging paste. It can be used for anti-carbonation application, as well as it can be used for waterproofing as well as dampproofing. A single emulsion based on your paint formulation, you can move wherever you want. So that kind of technology trends nowadays people are mostly asking, like I need single emulsion, I am working for waterproofing, I want to move with different type of products based on the single emulsions. So other part of emulsion, people are mostly talking about the dirt pickup resistance emulsions, where we have Anucryl CP180S, that is silane modified acrylic emulsions. It have hard glossy film, high gloss transition temperature, superior dirt peak resistance, excellent extra durability and UV resistance, excellent water and alkali resistance. So you can see the quite comparison of market product of an Anucryl CP180S, where you can compare how it have dirt pickup resistance. A simple lab test we carried out. So another one important and major segment, like today's morning session, I forgot the name of gentleman. He told about the requirement of anti-affluence type of paints into the markets, because whatever the salt deposition is formed into the construction sites. It is very big hazardous for the other architectural type of paints. So we have a nano emulsions for anti-affluence paints. The particle size of this emulsion is averagely 50 nanometer. So you can imagine how the particle size, when I show the slight comparison of the ranges of other particles and in ranges, the 50 nanometer particle size used for the anti-affluence paint of application, very with a different solid. So it has styrene acrylic emulsions with a very fine particle size. It have transparent, high glossy and hard film, good anti-affluence, excellent alkali and water resistance, eco-friendly formaldehyde, and it has very low VOC. So you can see the paint made by normal emulsions and paint made by the very fine particle emulsions, how it will give the anti-affluence properties and alkali resistance as compared to other emulsions. So nowadays people are moving in anti-affluence application, people are not moving with paint, people are moving with primers. They make an anti-affluence primer and then after that they apply other paints. The very interesting category of advancement about the self-cross-linking emulsions. So in that self-cross-linking emulsion, we have categories left. It have styrene acrylic as well as pure acrylic. The very beauty of this emulsion is what? It have low TG emulsions, but once when it dried, it works at like a high TG emulsion. This TG is like 12 to 13, but once it dry, it works like it have 40 TG. That much of hardness it have after drying. And also, it can mostly be recommended for stain applications or stain resistance of paints. Like we are like turmeric, teas, coffees, that which you daily use into our home house. So I have one beautiful video. I will show you how it run. There one very advanced category into the architectural paints like opaque emulsions, opaque polymers. Recently we developed one Anucril OP2023. In architectural paints, major element for cost optimization is TiO2 because it have the highest cost as compared to other ingredients into the paint formulations. So and the cost is also not stable for the TiO2s. So the new segment to 20% or 30% TiO2 replacement into the paint formulation is a opaque polymer. It is a styrene acrylic of emulsions, which by chemistry it is a core shell of technology for the emulsions, where that core is filled with water into the emulsion form. Once it dried, that hollow parts, core parts are filled with air, and that particles refractive index is matched with the refractive index of TiO2. So where that emulsion parts, you can replace 20%, 30% of parts of TiO2 into the paint formulation, by which you can reduce per liter 5 to 6 rupees in a paint, based on only a 20-30% part replacement of TiO2. And also with the help of optimization of other segment, you can also reduce the cost of your paint. Where opaque polymer emulsions have cost efficient replacement of TiO2, it have excellent hiding and improved light scattering, improves gloss and storage stability. See, this is a mechanism how it works with the refractive index of TiO2. So this is a quite general example of paint made by with opaque polymer and paint made by as it is TiO2 with 100% and 20% part replacement of TiO2. The both are how you comparably show the hiding into the paint formulations. So thank you for giving us chance to present here.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful insights. So with this technical session is now over, I now request Dr. R.N. Jagtap, sir, to please felicitate our speakers. So first, I would like to call upon Dr. Prashant Khobragade, sir. Thank you, sir. Next, I request Dr. Bijaya K. Mishra, sir, to please come forward. Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next, I request Deshmukh, sir, to please come forward. It's done. Oh.
This is the person who made it so successful.
Thank you, sir. Now, to conclude the event, I would like to call upon Dr. S.K. Vats, sir, for the vote of thanks.
One important announcement, those people who have not received the certificate, they will be getting in the shortest possible time. It will be posted at your residential address. Okay. So feel free that you are going to get the certificate. Thank you. But those certificates which are available, we can hand over those certificates to you right away, right? So the name is Niranjan Burte.
Thank you, sir. Next is Kiran Kumar Raju, sir.
Thank you, Komal. This is very typical job I have got today. धन्यवाद करना आसान बात नहीं है, बहुत मुश्किल काम है धन्यवाद करना. This is a wonderful certificate course is decorated by you. Your kind support has made this event a great success. I thanks to our speakers, they have delivered very good speeches to us, very educational and informative speech we have got here. Thanks all speakers who are present here. I thanks our chief guest, Dr. A.B. Pandit, guest of honor, Ashok Gupta ji, guest of honor, Sri Hardev Singh sir, and other dignitaries who are ornamental of this show. I thanks to our sponsor, they have given support to us, raw material partners, technology partners. Without your support, we can't do this great function. This is very good support we have got from your side. I really thanks to you. Our delegates, our student of ICT, for your great coordination and management. ICT, for guests, they have given a venue to us. I really thanks to ICT. Special thanks to Dr. R.N. Jagtap. They have given fully hearted coordination to us. Thank you very much.
Now I request Dr. Harish Agrawal sir to please present a certificate to Gagandeep Bansal sir. Gagandeep Bansal sir. No, I guess he's not there. Okay. Okay, so with this I declare on behalf of the Surface Coating Society, the event is now over. Thank you everyone for gracing the event, invigorating all our spirits and making it the grand success. Thank you so much.